Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Come on in, people. What y'all up to? How y'all doing? I know there's somebody online somewhere. It's the fourth. Happy fourth, I guess. I just got home, y'all. I'm so tired. I just got off that road, door dashing and Ubering my life away as usual. First of all, I had a late start. I was supposed to wake up at 8 a.m. I think I had my alarm set, but for some reason I slept through that damn thing. I think it was my muscle relaxers. I took one last night and I was just gone from the world, literally. Yeah, that methocarbonyl was no joke. But when I woke up, I looked at my phone and said, that can't be right. Man, y'all know what time I woke up? I woke up at 1 o'clock and some change. I was so mad. But anywho, I did pretty decent earlier today. I want to say I stopped around. What is that flashing? I don't know what that was flashing on my screen. I'm trying to figure out what that was. That was weird. Anyway, I stopped around. I say about 10 o'clock tonight, and I cashed out like close to $70. It wasn't much, but it was decent for the holiday. As much as I wanted to travel and see some things other than DoorDash, uh, can't afford to yet. But a couple more pay periods. Once I stack up some more bread, I'll definitely be taking some road trips, but not right now. Gotta knock out these bills, baby. What in the hell? This damn Dropbox. I'm so sick of that Dropbox mess coming up. I gotta figure out how to turn off that Dropbox stuff. Every time I open my laptop, I get so many things that pop up. It's so annoying. I gotta figure it out somehow. I know there's a way to keep it from popping up whenever I open my laptop up. But yeah, that thing is annoying. I gotta look at the settings and figure out how to stop it from popping up. Cause yeah. But anyway, today was a good day. Weather was nice. Heard a lot of fireworks. I seen a lot out and outside of the city. Majority of them still did it in city limits. They still didn't care. But to my surprise, I was shocked. People was ordering food like crazy, mad crazy. Um, I want to say I did at least, give or take 20, maybe 30 orders. I don't know. But other than that, that was pretty much it. But yeah, I'm a little tired. I decided not to really drink any alcohol tonight. I drank the night before. That's why, and then the night before that. But I decided to chill and call it a day. Because my threshold when I do go out and do food deliveries, I stop normally, I say about 9-ish, 9:30, 10 o'clock. But outside of that, yeah, I don't be out here all night. And plus, it's 4th of July. God knows what demons are out here lurking and prowling the neighborhoods. Because you ain't going to catch me out here past 10 o'clock delivering no food. I'm going to tell you that right now. That's my threshold at minimum. Because the last time I delivered past 10 o'clock, it wasn't bad, but it was a little sketch. The people walking in neighborhoods were very sketch. So that's another reason why I don't deliver past 10. But other than that, I just been chilling. Stopped at Wawa earlier and grabbed me a smoothie. And then for my dinner, which was like 10 hours ago, I just grabbed me a chicken tender basket from Chick fil A. I honestly wasn't that hungry, surprisingly. That's all I had all day, chicken tender basket. And I was just literally snacking just on little stuff. But yeah, that was pretty much it. I just been trying to get this bread, just get this moolah. I paid my little phone bill earlier. I was sad. That Spectrum, man, Spectrum Mobile ain't no joke. It's only $55 a month, but when you're waiting on the next pay period and you're literally door dashing your life away to survive, it sucks. Because I'm altogether, I had a little over 80 something dollars and some change. But once I paid my little BS phone bill and what else I paid? I paid my little $18 prepaid loan payment for a firm. Yeah, don't even get me started on a firm. A firm and Uplift will rob you. I realized that when I thought I was saving myself some money when I stayed in hotels and I used like the pay later options, it's the interest that adds it up. It's not cool. So that's mainly the issue. That's mainly the issue that's holding me back from really enjoying myself. But I'm still going to the concert in October. I already got my ticket. I got my parking pass the other day when I got paid. And now I just need to book my hotel in DC close to the arena where the concert's going to be. I can't wait. In case you missed it, I got a ticket on the floor, by the way, the floor seats, to the Queens tour. It's Shaka Khan, Patti LaBelle, Stephanie Mills, and Gladys Knight. And I've never seen any of them live in concert. So this will be a first for me. I'm very excited, very, very excited to see like old school black queens who actually can sing, that actually have talent, that actually won awards for their songs. Yeah, I'd rather go there than some of this new age hippity hop bippity bop nonsense. Don't get me wrong, I listen to a little bit, maybe Glorilla, maybe like I don't know, Kendrick Lamar, SZA, but I'm not a diehard fan to where I'm gonna, ooh, I need to go get a ticket to the Kendrick Lamar concert. Like, no, it's not that deep. I might listen to it on my Spotify playlist, but other than that, I'm not like, ooh, I need to get a ticket. Like, no. This concert is a once in a lifetime deal. Like, who else can say I got a chance to see not one legend, not two legends, not three legends, but four legends, okay, of R&B. Like no one can say that. And to be honest, the most important reason why I want to attend this specific tour is because I don't know when there will be another one. You got to think these women are gracefully aging because you know black don't crack, but they're getting older. Patti LaBelle is nearly 80 years old. Stephanie Mills ought to be about close to 70, if I'm not mistaken. She ought to be about her late 60s. I think she's like the same age as my mom, if I'm not mistaken. Because, yeah, she's up there. Shaka Khan is already 71, going on 72. And Gladys Knight, she ought to be about the same age as Patty. She ought to be about 80, 81. So, yeah, like when they get up in age like that, I don't know how much longer they can perform and how much longer they can stay healthy. You know, you got to think about stuff like that when it comes to older performers. I mean, even old man Smokey, I'm surprised he's still performing. Smokey Robinson from Motown. Smokey Robinson is 85 years old and he's still moving and grooving like he's still young and still touring around the world. I don't know how he does it. Him, the Isley brothers, they're still moving and grooving around the world. And that's another one on my bucket list. I want to get a ticket to see the Isley brothers next. Because see, I'm an old soul. I love me some old school R&B. All this new age nonsense. Nah, I'm just like, if it ain't Al Green, Marvin Gaye or something, I don't care. Like I said, I mean, I listen to a little bit of the new stuff, but I'm not a diehard fan to get a ticket for any of them. Because one, that's like saying I'm gonna get a ticket to see Kevin Gates or like Big X the Plug. And God forbid, if it's outside, it's already hot. You got to deal with mosquitoes. You got to deal with the masses of people in attendance. You don't have no breathing room. And then you don't even know if there's going to be gunshots going off. It's like not safe. Even though they check people, you just never know what happens at these hippity hop bippity bop concerts. All I know is that we don't ever have any type of violence go off at the old people's concerts. That's why I go to them because I feel hella safe. Like when I went to where did I go last year? The very last concert I attended was the Maxwell concert. It was the Serenade tour. It was October London, one of the new school R&B artists, um, Jasmine Sullivan, who's a very good artist, and Maxwell. And it was probably one of the best R&B concerts I've seen in new age, spectrum. But as far as old school, yeah, no. I got to either do Shaka Khan, Isley Brothers, or somebody like who else is old school that's still performing? I'm trying to think. Besides Smokey Robinson and Shaka and all them. Um, yeah, it's hard to think who's performing. Let me Google, do some research real quick. I'm gonna go on StubHub because normally StubHub will tell me they'll send me like reminders of like upcoming concerts or venues in my area. But yeah, I don't know who else is performing, but there's a lot of old school artists still performing, believe it or not. You'd be surprised. Majority of them are located in DC, and if they're not in DC, they're in Baltimore. Baltimore is very popular for a lot of venues and events. I hardly ever see any events here in my city, which is Richmond, because Richmond one is smaller. It's about 200 and something thousand people here. But as far as like concerts and stuff, they have them, but it's very rare that you'll see somebody like Shaka Khan come here. Like you literally have to go to the bigger cities, DC, Baltimore, New York, New Jersey, like that's the only places they go. And DC is not bad. It's like 2 hours from here. Baltimore is a little bit further. It's about 3 hours from here. But other than them, I don't know. I'm looking at StubHub. It looks like Maxwell, Shaka Khan, Beyonce, and Chris Brown are apparently coming up with some concerts over here. I don't see any old school peoples. Gary Owen's going to be in DC in August. That's going to be a fun show. I might go to a Gary Owen show, but I prefer for them to be here because I missed the Ricky Smiley show. Ricky Smiley came to Richmond, I want to say 2 weeks ago. I missed him. He was right down the road. Didn't even know he was here. My coworker told me about it, but I forgot. And he said it was a good show. Him and his girlfriend went. I said, well, I guess I'll catch Ricky next time. But yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about Richmond. We only get a lot of comedians, stand up shows like Lunel, Gary Owen, people like Cat Williams. I don't even think Cat Williams comes here. It'd be like a lot of old school comics people don't really care to look at, like Bruce Bruce. Yeah, nah. Outside of comedy, I would definitely say we have a lot of sports here, sports events. They have a minor league baseball team called the Flying Squirrels. They have, I believe, there's a minor league football team. I could be wrong. I'm not too sure about that. Um, and they have a NASCAR racing team. Apparently, I didn't even know they had a racetrack here. So my coworker told me, and I was just like, "Oh wow, that's cool." But other than that, that's it. I don't see any more old school artists performing. According to StubHub, it's just Chris Brown, Maxwell, Kim, the R&B singer. He's a cool singer. Where is he going to be performing? It says he's trending. It says tickets are selling fast. He will be here actually next weekend, July the 12th, but he's going to be in Hanover, Maryland. That's a good drive. Might as well say Baltimore. That's 3 hours. Yeah, I'm not driving 3 hours to go see Kim. I like Kim's music, don't get me wrong, but it's not that deep. Yeah, no. But I know one comedian I would love to see is Nate Jackson. I love Nate Jackson. If you don't know who Nate Jackson is, Google him. He's a Seattle, Washington native. He's a very funny black guy. And the only reason I came across his name was Instagram. When I started seeing all his Instagram and Facebook videos, I was like, who's Nate Jackson? And I started doing some research. He's been in the business for a minute. I just late to the game, I guess. And I found out he recently got a Netflix special. So I was like, kudos to Nate. He deserves it. But yeah, I was happy for Nate. I was like, that's what's up. Um, Other than that, he's actually on a tour. Let's see, when is Nate coming back to the East Coast? July the 18th, he's going to be in Atlantic City, New Jersey. No, thank you. July the 19th, he's going to be in Connecticut. And then what's weird is that July 24th, he's going to be in Corpus Christi. Ew, what the hell? That is so backwards. How do you go from Atlantic City, New Jersey, and Connecticut to Texas? Like, that makes no sense. And of all places, Corpus Christi? Like, why are there so many dates for Corpus Christi? That's weird. He's got like one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, like like eight tours, literally in Corpus. Like, what the hell? That's so weird. I guess it's popular down there. I don't know. That he's going back to Tacoma, Washington in August. And then all the rest of the dates are like Illinois, Pennsylvania, Fort Myers, Florida, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and so forth. Yeah, I'm good. It's not that deep. Let me see when Shaka's dates are, because Shaka, that woman travels. She travels overseas a lot, and I think she does her own shows. I saw some kind of London tour she just got off of. I was like, damn, Shaka really be traveling. I said, it's just crazy how much she travels. Like, I'm looking at StubHub, and according to StubHub, their next show for the Queens tour is not until September the 19th. And it says Greensboro, North Carolina. Ew, that's country. Then the 20th of September, they'll be in Atlanta. The 21st, they'll be in Memphis. The 25th, they'll be in Newark, New Jersey. The 27th, they'll be in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The 28th of September, they'll be in Detroit. And then the October the 3rd, they'll be in DC, which is a Friday. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. But yeah, I'm super excited. Super, super excited. Oh, we got two people in the chat. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Who's in the chat? And they disappeared. You suckers. I'm just like, why do people just be dipping in and out my chat and then don't say nothing? Y'all won't be showing me no love. I'm going to still keep talking. Y'all can be a hater all you want. I'm going to still talk. I don't care if nobody's in here, honestly, because y'all going to replay the video as usual and come back later. But yeah, it's all love. I see how it is. It don't hurt my feelings none. I know there's people on here. Like, I'm not slow. But y'all don't be showing me no love. And that's cool. I see how it is. But next time I come live, I'll probably make an announcement. That was probably my fault. I probably should have made a quick little shorts clip and told y'all. Let's check Beyonce's schedule. Oh wow, Beyonce will actually be next door. She's gonna be in Landover, Maryland, July the 7th, which is next week. And that's on a Monday. Why does she always perform on Mondays? That shit's weird. She's like the only artist that will perform on a Monday or Tuesday. Like what's up with that shit? Why doesn't she perform on a Friday? Like does she shut down a city on a weekend? What the fuck? And then from Landover, Maryland, she'll be in Atlanta July the 10th, the 11th, and the 13th. Oh, wow. They got a 4-day show in Atlanta. Damn, that whole week she's going to be in Atlanta. Then she'll be in Vegas July the 25th and the 26th. And then August the 8th through the 9th. She's got some kind of DAS Energy Festival with some other people in Magna, Utah. Ew. I'm just like, who the fuck out here paying Beyonce prices? That's what I need to know. Because Cowboy Carter is not that deep. I'm sorry. The album's trash in my opinion, and I don't care for her music. She was cool when she was black, but now I'm just like, nah. Nah, I'm not into the bullshit. And surprisingly, her tickets are cheap. I'm looking at StubHub for the nosebleeds. People are paying like 290, 300. Um, what else? That's like the cheapest I see. For good seats near the stage, them hoes is like $700, $800. No, thank you. You know how much mine was near the stage, and I'm on floor seat level, like row C. Mine was only 200 in like I want to say $50 and some change. Yeah, I only spent $250 with tax just to sit on the floor by the stage, 3 rows from the stage. Yeah, versus Beyonce's floor seats. Yeah, good luck with that shit. The cheapest floor seat I'm looking at right now near the stage, okay, get this, I'm gonna fall the hell out, is $600 near the stage. Yeah, that's pretty sad. And then it says best selling ticket is $364, damn near $400. And then if you want floor seats, I don't even think these are floor seats. Yeah, row one. If you're on the first row directly next to the stage, that ticket is $8,543. Look at that. I don't know if y'all can see. My phone is kind of glary. Let me turn down the stuff here. Oh, shoot. Okay. But yeah, look at that nonsense. $8,543 to see Beyonce next to the stage. Yeah, good luck with that shit. Have fun. I'm just like, you got to be some kind of a crazy or sicko to pay damn near 10 grand to go see Beyonce on the floor. I'm sorry, it's just not worth all the hype. It's really not. And then I heard that if you wait like the day of or the day before, you can actually get cheaper deals on StubHub and places like Ticketmaster. But I think StubHub, in my opinion, is better than Ticketmaster because when they charged me taxes and fees, it honestly wasn't that bad. They only charged me like an additional $10 for fees. Now, Ticketmaster, on the other hand, will charge you like an additional 20 or $30 of tax on top of your ticket price. So yeah, they're a ripoff. I don't mess with Ticketmaster no more because of that. But yeah, I'm looking at all the prices next to the stage, looking at stage level, and the cheapest thing directly next to the stage that has 2 tickets left, and it says Club Hoedown B Row. $1,640. Can y'all believe that? Look at this. Let me turn down the. I hate every time I gotta turn down. Damn it. Look at this. Because I know y'all won't believe me until y'all see it. Okay. Why is it so bright? The hell? I turned down my screen like a million times so y'all can see the price. But yeah, look at that. $1,640. This is literally the cheapest thing next to the stage. Yeah. And there's only 2 of those tickets left. Can y'all believe that? 2. So I'm just like, people out here really spending their rent money, their mortgage money to see Beyonce. And she don't even dance no more. I seen clips on TikTok and places like YouTube. That woman don't even dance. She's stiff as a board. She just sits pretty, floats in the air in a car, gets to the stage, sits on her ass, and sings like a pageant queen. That's it. That's all she does. She doesn't do anything spectacular. When she was with Destiny's Child, she was moving and grooving and getting down. Now she don't do that shit. She just collecting money and laughing in y'all's faces. That's all she doing. It's pretty sad. But she honestly uses her kids now to entertain people, to be honest. All I see is Blue Ivy dancing and twerking on stage now. I don't even see Beyonce putting in no effort to do anything. She just does that little pageant wave bullshit while she's singing. I think it's so funny. But anywho, yeah, good luck to all the people that's getting them little Cowboy Carter tickets. You're wasting money and time. Like, you're not going to see her no more. Now, I'll tell you one artist you probably won't see perform for a very, very, very long time, and she's hella popular, is Rihanna. Rihanna's probably not going to ever perform for like the next 10 years. She keep popping out babies. And I'm just like, Rihanna, just retire at this point. You're already on kid number 3. I don't know how many kids she has, but I'm just exaggerating. I just know that she's pregnant as hell. And I'm just like, no. Just no. It's not it. But yeah, her and what's her name? She don't even have no concerts. Cardi B. I haven't heard of a Cardi concert in so long. Hell, not even a tour since she's been hugged up with her new main, Stefan Diggs, the football player. I forgot what team he plays for. I'm gonna Google him and look him up. But yeah, he's cutie. But I'm just like, you out here coming out with new singles and songs, but where are the albums? Like, come out with a new album and do a tour that maybe people might care again. But you over here hugged up with the baller on yachts and shit and taking vacations, which is cool. But at the same time, I'm just like, come on now, you could do better. He plays for I think the Commanders. Does he play for the Commanders or the Patriots? Let me see. I can't remember. Oh, it says that he may be traded to the Patriots soon. I think he plays for the Commanders. I could be wrong, but anywho, yeah, they doing too much. And he recently was caught with peak cocaina, aka coke, on a yacht with all these 304s and different area codes, aka hoes, and they almost suspended his ass. He better be glad his black ass didn't get suspended. But um, yeah, there's rumors of a trade. He might be getting traded soon. He better be glad he still got a football career because that's a big no no. When you're like a professional sports athlete, you're very limited to what you can do. That's why you never see them really posting about their personal life. Like, you'll see them posting like commercials, sponsorship deals, or commercials or whatever, but you will never ever see them like post a lot of their personal life. Like, if you do, it's rare. That's only because they're doing an interview or something or a documentary. But if it's not cleared by the NFL, they're not going to be posting a lot of personal stuff like that. And speaking of football, the hometown hero, aka J.K. Dobbins, the guy that's from my hometown, LaGrange, Texas, he recently got traded. He signed a deal with the Denver Broncos, and I was shocked. I didn't think he was going to get traded. He was playing for the Los Angeles Chargers, but now he's a Bronco. I don't know how much his contract is. I'm gonna Google and see how much it is, because you can be all up in that Kool Aid, look up, see how much they made and stuff. Denver Bronco contract. Let's see what he making. Man, y'all are being on 10. Y'all ain't talking to me. Y'all ain't coming in line. Y'all just coming in dipping. Y'all so mean. But it's cool. I'm gonna still keep talking. But y'all ain't talking about nothing. So JK signed a 1 year, $5.25 million contract with the Broncos. This contract includes a 2.75 million guaranteed and an additional 2.5 million in incentives based on rushing yards according to reports. That's it. This deal is considered a low risk, high reward signing due to Dobbins' injury history. Well, that sucks. That's not the right picture of him. That's somebody else on that picture. I don't know who that guy is. But yeah, damn, that sucks. But yeah, I'm just like, we'll see how long this lasts. And that's what happened to him when he got traded from Baltimore to LA. When he got traded to LA, he signed for a 1 year deal for like 1.5 million. It was a terrible deal. And the only reason why his ass got traded is because the coach for LA was related to the coach in Baltimore. They're brothers. So I wasn't surprised when he got traded to LA. But yeah, I'm just like, bro, you better get with the program. Because if he gets hurt again, he can easily get cut from the NFL. But it seems like the new trend is the more injuries you get, the more trades you get, and the more 1 year deals you get. That's it. But outside of that, he's doing okay, I guess. The last time I checked. Hmm. But see what his problem is. Even though he's a great athlete, don't get me wrong, he's a what's called a RB running back. The guy is still young. He's 25 years old. He's got a lot of years left in him to play football. But the problem with him, besides his injuries holding him back, in my opinion, is his attitude. He appears very egotistical and kind of cocky when he does interviews. And I think that has a lot to do with his history. Because I feel like the more cockier you are or you appear to the white man, the less you're going to get a good team or a good contract. And I think that's why they keep giving them these BS 1 year deals. In his opinion, $5 million sounds like $100 million because he comes from nothing. He comes from the country, so he don't care. But in my opinion, I'm just like, if you're constantly getting 1 year deals, why not just go elsewhere and find a contract with somebody else other than the NFL? He could easily, if he wanted to, try out for the Canadian football team, the CFL. I mean, there's all types of options other than the NFL that people don't realize, and see if he can get a bigger deal. That's what I would do. If I were him and I was in his situation with all the injuries that I kept getting from football, I would go to the CFL and call it a day. That's just me. But who who am I to tell somebody what to do? Because I don't know anything about sports and I don't play the sport. But I know a lot about different trades and different things and different contract deals. But nobody wants to listen to me. Oh, surprisingly, I know a lot about football. You'd be surprised. I know a lot of the lingo. I know what they mean. And I'm not a huge football fanatic. I just happen to follow certain athletes, either from back home that I know personally, or just seeing them casually pop up on TikTok or Instagram or something. That's like the only reason why I follow along. But other than that, I'm not a diehard football fan. Am I a diehard basketball fan? Nah. I don't even care for today's basketball. I feel like today's basketball is trash, in my opinion. I don't have a specific favorite team. Everyone always asks, "What's your favorite team?" I don't have a favorite team. Um, Not even the women's stuff. I've never watched women's basketball. I support it though. I like the fact that people are now paying more attention to women's sports, which they should have done a long time ago, and they're treating them like men now. But they're not paid fairly. They're still not on the same pay scale. There's unfair pay wages. There's a wage gap. The last time I checked, people like Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark only got a deal for like 275,000 for like a 5 year contract. Meanwhile, you got people like LeBron, the King James, whatever you want to call him, getting 40 something plus $1 million for like a 5 year contract with the Lakers. Like, make it make sense. You pay him in between $40 million, and then you giving them an extension like uh Stephen Curry, Steph Curry, for like $295 million just to extend a contract. It's just bullshit, in my opinion. But let me not ramble and rant all damn night about it. I'm just saying that's how I feel. I just feel like the whole system is rigged. They don't care about women. It's just like they just constantly shit on the women players. It's really sad. But one thing I will say, shout out to Shaq, Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq has been really involved in supporting women's sports. I will say shout out to him because I recently saw a clip on TikTok, I believe, of him, his son, his oldest son, Shakir, or is it Shakir? I think it's Shakir. I could be wrong. Or the other one. I don't know the name. I could be wrong. But anyway, his oldest son, it was him, Angel Reese, the women's basketball player that plays for the Chicago Sky, and some bigwig people from Reebok and Adidas, I think, or somebody like that, in a boardroom. And they were all sitting down having this big powwow, conference meeting about making some fancy logos on the shoe for Angel Reese. And I was like, wow, I can't believe Shaq is endorsing her with a shoe deal. Like, I couldn't believe it. And I think the only reason why he's so into her is because Angel Reese came from LSU, just like Shaq. Shaq played for LSU. Shaq's oldest son played for LSU as well. And the last time I checked, Shaq's oldest son had a deal with the Lakers, but he was on the D League or the G League. I can't remember which one. I can't keep up with basketball. But anyway, his G League deal didn't really last too long, and now it's like he's up in the air, either going to the Sacramento Kings or something like that. But yeah, I try to dibble and dabble and keep up with sports. It's hard. I'm trying to keep up with everything going on in the world. But outside of sports, everybody kept asking me about the Diddy mess. How do I feel about Diddy being free? First of all, Diddy's not completely off the hook. Let's get that out the way. Um, Even though he had the heaviest charges dropped, like RICO and X trafficking, can't say the word because YouTube is sensitive now. He's still facing charges. Don't get it twisted. He's still facing charges. His bail was revoked. Hallelujah. He's not free on bail. Uh, he's definitely sitting in a jail cell right now. Um, will he serve real time? I don't think so. If they drop the X trafficking and the RICO charges, I doubt he'll do any real time. He'll probably go to a cushy federal penitentiary, blah blah blah. He'll probably do like 2 to 3 year minimum, and that's it. And then he'll probably be on probation or parole for like 5 years minimum. Hey, Keita, how you doing, Travell? Y'all like the only people that actually stayed and said something and said hello to me. I've seen so many people coming, bobbing and weaving in and out my chat. They ain't said nothing to me. And I'm surprised the trolls ain't here. Normally them jokers be up in here, but them bastards ain't here tonight. How's y'all doing? Happy 4th. Y'all enjoy y'all's holiday weekend? Yeah, ain't nobody been in here. Y'all the first two that actually popped up and said something to me. I was surprised. I expected more people. I've been talking to myself the whole time. The trolls eating. Yeah, you know what? They probably are popping fireworks and firecrackers and shooting off guns and shit. Probably drunk. I wouldn't be surprised. It's after midnight. I'm not surprised. I done heard so many fireworks and stuff go off, but it was popping and locking. When I was talking earlier, I was saying that I had just got home like an hour ago because I was playing delivery food all day long, and I was out there for about a good, I say about 5, maybe 6 hours doing Uber Eats deliveries and stuff, and it was popping. I cashed out by like $80. Oh yeah, I made some money today. Damn near 100. Yeah, people surprisingly don't like to cook around here, especially when it comes to like weekends. Oh man, this one dude, he was so adamant about that chicken order from Popeyes. He kept texting me and saying, "Hey, what's going on? Is the store closed? Are they busy? I was just checking on my food." And I was like, yeah, they're busy. And he was like, oh, okay. And I said, I'll be there shortly. And I got one more order along your route, and then I'll be there in like 10 minutes. He's like, okay, cool, no worries. Why does big old white dude order like the whole Popeyes restaurant? I didn't realize it until they put out the bag. They were like, oh, we're just waiting on ghost peppers. He ordered like a huge doggy bag, this big, full of chicken. And I was just like, God, I hope it's not for himself. I hope it's for a family. Travell said, happy fourth. Have, happens me and my son have fun. That's you're funny, Travell. But yeah, that man had a huge doggy bag full of chicken from Popeyes. And to make it worse, I found out Popeyes apparently was the only chicken place open out here for 4th of July weekend. Everybody was closed except for McDonald's, Burger King, Popeyes, and places like Taco Bell, where I never eat from. By the way, I never eat shit from Taco Bell. But yeah, everybody else was closed. Yeah, yeah, doggy bag full of chicken. He ordered like three boneless wing combos, some fries, two drinks, and a funky ass chicken tender basket or some silly shit. Did he tip you for bringing the chicken? He did. I was shocked. You know, normally when I get big orders like that, that'd be like $17 and above. They normally don't tip well. If they do tip, they'll be like $1, $2. Hell, some of them tip like $5. But he was nice enough to tip me, I think $13.98, which is nice. Yeah, them tips add up. They make a difference. The others, they tip me like $5 here, $7 there, $10 on one of them. Yeah, it's very nice. Now my biggest tip, oh, that was for a barbecue order. Somebody tipped me $27 for that barbecue order. That was like last week or the week before the holiday started, and it was because they ordered like 30 sandwiches. I was like, who the fuck is ordering all this barbecue out here? What the hell is going on? I'm thinking it was for a party. I pulled up and it was like for a construction crew out in the sticks by the airport. It was so funny. Taco Bell has some very good nuggets. I've been hearing that, Kita, but I don't know. I feel like Taco Bell is suspect. And it's just like, why would I get nuggets from a taco place? I'm just one of those people that be kind of leery of things that don't belong or don't match the restaurant. I'm not going to eat shit like that. Like that's like saying I'm going to order tacos from Chick-fil-A when Chick-fil-A damn don't even sell tacos. They just sell chicken. So why the hell would I order tacos from Chick-fil-A? Like, make it make sense. But I don't know, they might be good. But I'm just not a fan. I used to eat Taco Bell all the time when I was in the military. And then a few years ago, I just happened to stop eating it. I just don't care for it anymore. The recipe is not the same. I could tell the grease is not good. They'd be like stale. They don't be giving a damn about the quality of the food. That's a turn off for me because I'd be like, fuck Taco Bell. That's what I said, but my kids convinced me and they are worth it. Aw. Well, that's cool. I mean, yeah, kiddo, so that makes sense. Me, on the other hand, it's just me, myself, and I. So I just grab and go as I'm out here casually delivering. Like today, I went to Chick-fil-A and surprisingly they're open, but they were on holiday hours until like I think 7 o'clock tonight. And I just grabbed me a chicken tender basket. I just grabbed me a 4-piece tenders and a drink. I think a lemonade. And I just kept it moving. I was just snacking literally throughout the day, casually, like a little stuff. But that was it. That was my meal for the day. And I didn't have breakfast. I skipped breakfast when I woke up. So I woke up kind of late. It was like after 1 o'clock in the afternoon when I woke up. I was saying the nuggets was worth trying. Oh, okay. I'm gonna definitely look into it now that you said it. But yeah, I mean, all I honestly eat is just on occasion, sometimes Chipotle. I have to have a taste for them because they're nasty as hell too to me. The recipes ain't the same. The quality's not the same. Cadoba is good. That's similar to Chipotle but fresher. And who else do I normally go to? Jason's Deli. I love McAllister's Deli, but they don't have McAllister's out here, unfortunately. They just have Jason's Deli and Panera Bread. Panera Bread is good, but they hella expensive. The last time I got a sandwich from them motherfuckers and a soup, it cost me like damn near $15. It was high as hell. Yes, food in these places has really changed. Exactly. And honestly, in my opinion, it just pays to cook. Because I feel like if you can cook at home, at least meal prep. But if you don't have the time, I understand. But if you have time, set some time aside and cook and meal prep at this point. Because I feel like home cooking is better than the bullshit out here. Because, baby, let me tell you, when I went to that Chinese restaurant and I never ate there, hallelujah, thank God. I went to, I think was it the Chinese restaurant? No, it was an Indian restaurant. So there was an Indian owned spot called America's Best Wings. It's a very popular food chain over here in Virginia. I don't know if you guys have it over there where you're at. But anyway, I went to the bathroom to use the bathroom. The bathroom looked like a damn biohazard. And I said, if people only knew what the back of their kitchen looks like and what their bathrooms look like, I bet they would stop ordering that shit so fast. Like when I say people be ordering wings out the blue like it's nobody's business from that nasty ass place, they do not care. That shit is so unsanitary. I said, this is why I don't eat at strange ass places now. Exactly. Ew. Exactly. Like floors is greasy. Um, Toilet seat was nasty. Piss on the toilet seat. It was sick. It made me gag. And it had a smell, like a plumber smell, like it was a sewer smell to make it worse. And I was just like, why do people feel so comfortable eating from shithole places like this? I don't understand. And to this day, since I've been here, I cannot find a clean Chinese restaurant here either. I get a lot of people on DoorDash that be ordering from places like Tops China. First of all, the name should throw you off. That should be a red flag. Who the fuck feels comfortable ordering from a place called Tops China? Not Top China, Tops with an S, China. And that shit look like it's full of roaches and full of rats. I would not be surprised if they got roaches in the back of their kitchen. I could just tell from looking at the presence of the building, it's not a clean place. Fingerprints all on the door, greasy floors when you walk in. It's sick. Dirty ass menus. And then the tables and chairs is a dead giveaway. Why are motherfuckers using tables and chairs from 1955 that look like they ain't been changed in God knows how long? And it looks crazy inside. And you'd be surprised all the Negroes from the project sadly order that Chinese food all the time. They come up in there with their little do rags and their bonnets, and they be like, "Yeah, let me get the shrimp egg foo young and the ribs and the rice, the shrimp fried rice." And I'm just like, that shit is not clean. Shit is not clean. I don't know why people so comfortable. I guess people just don't care no more about cleanliness. But me, on the other hand, if it's not presentable, it don't look clean, I'm not eating that shit. I'm sorry. Call me bougie, but I'm not eating that shit. 1955, I'm turning right back around. Right. Exactly. Because I'm just like, the shit looks like a jail. I'm not lying. Like, it's horrible. Like, if there are pictures on Google, I would show you. Let me see if there's a picture on Google Maps. I can show you on my phone right now. Like, it's not a place that's family friendly or clean. I would not suggest that shit to nobody, to be honest. Like even downtown just gets worse. Crackheads everywhere, homeless all over the place. It's just gross. It's a icky feeling. It's very icky. I'm serious. Like it just makes me gag. So this is the outside of the building. Let me turn down this light so you can see the outside. But this is the outside of Tops China. Can you see it? The outside of the building looks legit, right? Okay. Let me find a picture of the inside of that motherfucker. You're gonna be like, what the hell? Okay, here we go. I found a perfect picture of that Joker too. Here go the inside. Look at the tables and the chairs. Look at that shit. And people feel comfortable eating in that. Yeah, no. The tables and chairs don't look like that, by the way. That's an AI generated photo. The tables and chairs legit look like 1955. They look like they grabbed some chairs and tables from Goodwill and stuck them in a restaurant and called it a day. There's no paint on the walls. There's no decor. They got a goddamn what's it called? Wallpaper. Like, who the hell is still using wallpaper inside the restaurants? Yeah, no decor of any type. It's horrible. And I'm just like, you don't even know if the chicken is chicken. You don't even know if the meat is really meat. You don't know what the hell they chopping up in the back. Because ever since I seen that video of that one Chinese man that went viral on YouTube, I think he was on YouTube. He was outside with a piece of meat, chopping it up on a rock and serving it to people. I was done, and I don't know what kind of meat it was to make it worse. They say chicken, quote unquote, but that shit ain't chicken. Most of the time, that's cat, meow, or rat. Motherfuckers is eating. I don't give a damn what nobody's saying. That shit is nah. That shit ain't chicken. I don't trust it. That's one thing I will say I do miss about back home in Texas. We have some of the best Chinese restaurants and some of the best Thai restaurants. Here, not so much. No, this shit out here is like, what the fuck? Yeah, I wouldn't dare recommend nobody eating another Chinese food here. I'm so serious. Like, the only thing that's safe here to eat, honestly, is Chick fil A, Panera Bread, and places like Five Guys, Burger and Fries, but that's it. They ain't nothing else safe around here to eat. Like every place I legit pick up people's food from does not look clean. I'm serious. Like, yeah, no, I don't recommend shit out here to nobody. Nah. Mm-mm. The only thing I will say is that the seafood is on point, depending on where you go. They have a lot of nice seafood restaurants by the water. Outside of seafood, soul food is a no go here. Um, the only soul food place that I found that was actually good was called Mary Lou's Soul Dining Experience, and it was high as hell. You're gonna pay about $25 a plate for catfish and two sides. But outside of Mary Lou's, the reviews I've seen on Google alone just tells me like these motherfuckers don't care about quality of food. A lot of the soul food restaurants are not good. They're either over salting the food or over spicing the food, and it's not good. Yeah, it's terrible. And then I seen on TikTok, because I've been looking at a lot of TikTok lately. A lot of people have been traveling to Philly, surprisingly, for soul food. And I said, you know what? I might have to make a road trip. Philly is about 5 hours from here. I might just make a road trip just to go get a soul food plate. Cause baby, when I say Philly got it going on with the soul food, oh, they got it going on. But here, nah, not so much. Cause the only thing that's a turn off right now, I don't know if you're aware of what's going on, but Philly is having a strike with the trash. And they got trash all over the city. It's pretty nasty. Mary Lou's a white woman or black. I think Mary Lou is black. It's a black owned restaurant. I'm not too sure the whole backstory on Mary Lou. I don't even know what she looks like, but I know it's a black owned restaurant. It's downtown in Richmond where I'm at. I'm assuming she's black. It will only make sense. This is a black owned restaurant. But yeah, Mary Lou, they got it going on. The food is good, but you're gonna pay some money. The thing I don't like about Mary Lou's, they charge you automatic gratuity for every little thing you order up in that piece. It don't matter what you order, they're gonna charge you gratuity. So when I ordered that catfish platter with a sweet tea, I didn't even have no alcohol. The first time I went, when I first got out here, that along with gratuity cost me $45, damn near $50 just for me alone. So just imagine a table of like a group of people. You're looking at anywhere between $100 to $300. Yeah. Okay, because in Chicago, white-owned restaurants selling so-called Soul food for real. Hello, welcome. We got another person in the chat. Hey, Ibuka, is that how you say your name? Yeah, I believe it. Chicago, I hear they have great food too, but a lot of the so-called soul food spots, they're actually white people's. They own them. Yeah, you'd be surprised. A lot of people be false advertising like it's black owned, but it's not really black owned. It's white people running the shit. They probably put a black face on the restaurant, but it's not technically black owned. It's probably owned by whites, most likely. But I think that's what's going on with Southern Kitchen. There's a place called Southern Kitchen downtown. I think it's white owned, but they portray it as a black owned restaurant. But I heard the food is not good. Now I heard Mama J's is good. Mama J's Kitchen, that's a black owned soul food restaurant. I haven't personally tried it, but I heard from others it's a really good place to eat. Now, what's interesting about this area is that we have a lot of different cultural places here. Compared to Texas, where I'm from, we just have Tex Mex, Mexican food, and like barbecue. That's all we have: barbecue, Tex Mex, and a little bit of seafood. We don't really have a lot of multicultural restaurants unless you go to somewhere like Austin. But if you go somewhere like Houston, it's mostly Cajun, Creole food, soul food, or seafood. That's it. And out of all the cities, I will tell you in a heartbeat, if you're looking for good ass Creole or Cajun or soul food, go to Houston. They got the best of the best. Um, all the other cities, nah, mm-mm, I don't recommend shit. How do you feel about Texas Roadhouse? Trash. That's only because I've been there a million times. Because we have Texas Roadhouse back home, and the one here ain't no better. Like, it's just generic. Like, you go there, it's like your typical, restaurant chain food. There's no difference. They all taste the same. The recipes are garbage. And the only reason I go there is if I want a good drink and a snack. I don't even order the food no more over there because I'm just like, nah, I know what real food tastes like. That ain't real food. But yeah, they've been slacking. And that's like saying I'm gonna go eat at Logan's Roadhouse. That's another nasty place. I don't eat that shit either. Um, a lot of them are going out of business, surprisingly. Hell, I don't even eat Applebee's. I used to eat Applebee's all the time when I was a kid. Now, you can't pay me $1 to walk in that raggedy motherfucker and order Applebee's. Nope. That place is a hellhole. Chili's. I used to like Chili's. Used to. But the service is so trash. And then the food is half-ass cooked. It just turned me off. The quality's gone downhill. That's why I just like, nah, fuck all these chain restaurants. I don't care for them motherfuckers no more. And then besides Chili's, hell, I don't even eat Olive Garden that often no more. I used to eat Olive Garden all the time. Now, mm-mm. The food comes in bags. The food is not made fresh. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's frozen, and I could tell. I could tell the difference between frozen and what's fresh real fast. And the Olive Garden is not one of them. Yeah, nah. The it's like on occasion, if I have a taste, I get like an appetizer. But outside of an appetizer, I don't even eat their salads no more. The salads is just nasty as hell to me. Outside of Olive Garden, I don't eat nothing else. I don't like Hooters. Hooters is gross. First of all, I don't even want to see half naked hoes around food. Let's just get that out there. My kids be telling me to please open a restaurant and show these places how it's done. You know what? You should, Kita. I mean, in my opinion, honestly, looking from your videos that I've seen in the past, I think you can really cook your ass off. I think instead of opening a restaurant, what I would suggest for you as a beginner, food truck. Food truck is way easier to manage than an actual restaurant because it's nothing to get a permit to get a food truck. Anybody can get a permit. It don't take much to get it. It's very low costly, and all you have to do is just get a propane tank and you're good to go. I would say food truck. I'm so serious. Get a food truck. versus a brick and mortar, because brick and mortar is harder to run. You got to deal with people, you got to have staffing. That's a lot. I considered doing the food truck at one point, but I said, I ain't got nobody to help me. I gotta find and scour the earth to look for randoms to help me with a food truck. I ain't got time for that shit. But if I had the money and the collateral, oh, I would have opened a food truck a long time ago. Because people tell me all the time my cooking is good, surprisingly, but I barely cook. I used to love Hooters. Oh hell, me too, but not anymore. No. Oh, thank you so much. I agree with the food truck idea. Yeah, because if you look at what everybody's doing in 2025, a lot of business owners are going to food trucks. And if they're not going to food trucks, they're going to what's called ghost kitchens. It's very popular here in Virginia. I don't know if Chicago has them, but over here in Richmond, we have a lot of ghost kitchens around downtown. It's very crazy. When you cook, it looks amazing. Oh, thank you, Kita. I appreciate that. Yeah, I rarely cook for myself. I used to cook all the time when I lived in the barracks, when I was in the military in my 20s. But ever since I gotten in my 30s, I got lazy. I'll just be honest. If I have a taste for something specific, I will cook it. If I'm meal prepping, yes, I will cook it. But if I'm not meal prepping or doing anything fancy, you ain't gonna see me cooking shit. Now, one time I got bored when I was spending the holiday alone. I didn't feel like being around nobody. I cooked up a storm. I cooked me up a whole ham, a turkey, some dressing, a couple of pies, and something else. I can't remember what else I had cooked, but that was the best holiday dinner I ever made. And majority of the ideas I find are either through Pinterest or TikTok. I will tell you that right now. Majority of the recipes I find is through TikTok and Pinterest. And baby, when I cooked up that whole feast, it was just me. That was the sad part. It was just me, myself, and I. Wasn't nobody else over here. But yeah, unless I get bored or I have a taste for something, yeah, you ain't gonna see me cook a lot. Like I used to meal prep like crazy when I was doing my little weight loss thing last year, but now I've just gotten lazy. I haven't really had a desire to do much, and plus I've just been working myself to death, doing these side hustles with Uber Eats and DoorDash. But yeah, I would highly suggest food truck. I even told my sister to do it. My sister can cook her ass off too. You think I can cook? No, she can cook. Now she has a family of two kids and a husband, but she can cook her ass off. She bakes cakes for a living. She does a lot of desserts out of the house, and she sells them around town, back home where I'm from. And she makes a killing. She does really nice designer cakes. Like I'm talking real nice. She made a freaking Dr. Pepper cake for somebody's birthday, and then she made a LeBron James cake for somebody's birthday. She made a graduation cake for somebody's graduation. All types of cakes. She can really bake her ass off. And I told her, I said, you need to stop dealing with this chump change and get the real bag. I said, all you got to do is do a pop up shop. It's not hard. Just do a pop up shop in the city. You'll make all the money in the world. But does she listen to the little sister? No. Nobody listens to me. And it's sad. But I said, all right, to each his own. You keep peddling your little dollars, get your little $200-300 an order, which is nice. It's nice to have. But I told her you can make way more if you would just do a pop up shop. Because, see, the problem with her, she's only exposed to my hometown, LaGrange, which is like 5,000 people small. Ain't shit in that town but white folks and a couple of blacks, a sprinkle of us, and a sprinkle of the SAs, the Hispanics. Oh, you said I'm listening to you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Keita. That makes me feel special. You are listening to me. Look, the one person that does listen to me. But yeah, I told her, I said, baby girl, all you got to do is get you a permit. It's not hard for like $40. Get you a stand. Go to the city because she's literally 2 hours from Houston and she's like an hour from Austin. She's not far from the city. She could go to either one. I told her Houston would probably be her best bet. Go to the boardwalk. Boom, sell out like clockwork. The essays, you're right. They everywhere. They're taking over Texas. But does she listen? No. Because I'm gonna tell you why I know that my sister would make a killing with her pastries. She sold out her cupcakes within an hour when my mom had a garage sale. I think this is like 2 years ago, and she made like 2 dozen of them. She made a whole bunch of cupcakes, and they sold out in less than an hour. So I said, if you're selling out cupcakes in less than an hour in this BS garage sale, just imagine how much you can sell on the boardwalk in downtown Houston. I said, the money is right there. I don't know why you being an asshole. But see, the problem with her, she's stuck in slavery mode. The reason I say that is because uh, she don't want Uncle Sam in her business, and she's one of them ones that gets cash under the table. She don't want to report the shit to Uncle Sam, which I understand because she don't want her benefits cut off. She don't want her what's it called cut off. Her Medicaid for the kids. She gets Medicaid and food stamps. But I told her, you're gonna get all that back and some. Who gives a damn? All you gotta do is get you a QR code scanner. It's not hard because you know motherfuckers got Apple Pay out here and iPhones and shit. Get you a Square, little Square scanner where you scan your phone to pay for shit, just like the food truck people. I said, that's all you got to do. Get your little QR code scanner, a Square scanner, set up a stand somewhere around Houston, and you will make all the money. And you will probably make thousands in a day versus the little hundreds you make on occasion. I said, because I remember somebody had contacted her on Facebook one time. I think it was a black woman out of Austin, and she wanted my sister to make a huge graduation cake, a layered cake, which she already does. She does layered cake for weddings and stuff for kinfolk and stuff back home, and a lot of white people too, surprisingly. But she was like, "Oh, it's gonna be too much for me to make her a layered cake to send it to her all the way to Austin." I said, "No, it's not." I said, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "What are you on?" Like, I was like, "What are you smoking?" I said, "That's money. You're missing out." So basically, her excuse was she would have made the layered cake for the lady's son. I think he was going off to the Navy. He had just got recruited, and she was trying to make it like a little graduation cake or something, like a celebratory cake for him. And I told her that cake that she's asking for, that's about 3 layers tall, about this tall, like a wedding cake. I said you could have probably made easily $800 to $1,000 off that one cake if you would have did it for her. And I said all you had to do to transport the damn cake was rent a truck. All you had to do was get a refrigerator truck. You know how they have the refrigerator trucks for like your ice creams and stuff that they transport. All she had to do was rent a refrigerator truck. That's all she had to do. Get a refrigerator truck, put it somewhere safely inside that truck to where it's covered completely and locked away, and she would have been just fine. But no, did she do that? Nah. She could have made tons of money. I'm so serious. She could have made tons of money, but she turned down a lot of cake offers because of the distance. And I said, you can't continue to keep doing this if you're looking for a profit. Because this is where she's messing up. I'm going to be honest. She's messing up by putting more money into the materials than getting a profit. Because she bought a Cricut machine, which is cool to make designs for the cake. But all the stuff that she's spending for the materials on Amazon, that shit adds up. And then when she does get the little profit that she gets for her pastries, in return, it's going right back to Amazon. So it's like you spent damn near $200-300 on materials on Amazon, but you only sold a $200 cake. Where's the profit? You see what I'm talking about? Like, where's the profit? I'm just like, you gotta be book smart up here, Bucko. You gotta be book smart when it comes to business. But talking to her is like talking to a can of paint, unfortunately. I hate to say it. Because even my dad tried to preach to her, and he's the bookworm. That motherfucker right there is smart. You think I'm smart? No, he's smart. That's where I get it from. My dad basically uh, started a side business when he was working a full time job. Back in the day, he used to work for a power plant called LCRA, Lower Colorado River Authority. Very big nationwide plant all over the place. And he was a lab technician. He was working since the 70s, like since he was like 18 years old. When he retired, before he retired in 1997, he opened up a plumbing business to do what's called septic tank installations for people's septic tanks for people's homes and businesses. And once he got that wastewater operator license, it's all he needed just to practice in every city across Texas. He was good to go. Him and like a couple of contractors he hired, along with my brother, helped him along the way. And once he got that business off the ground, it was just money coming in, smooth sailing. I want to say his biggest project to this day was when he did a contract deal with Exxon in Houston. And that contract deal was like $88,000 just to install septic tanks for plumbing. Yeah, for a gas station. I was like, shit. I try to tell people poo pays the bills. Y'all can laugh at the plumber all day long, but if they're installing septic tanks like my dad's business, they're making a killing out here. People just don't realize it. Yeah, they making money. And when the money started rolling in, my mom just sat back and collected the checks and just started counting the money. She didn't have to work no more, pretty much. She was just chilling. She just stayed at home, played house, cooked the meals, and cleaned house and took care of the kids. Hmm. And by the time he retired to go full time with his business, I want to say he retired in 2005. And he was young. He was only 55 when he retired. He put in like 30 years and retired early. He was supposed to retire at 65 for full retirement, but he took a partial retirement deal. Yeah. Yeah, plumbers make big money and it's a nice union pension position. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he did the smartest thing. That's why I said when it comes to business, yeah, my dad's book smart. Like that's the Negro you want to make friends with. Because I'm gonna tell you why. My dad is one of them people that mingles with a lot of white people and rubs elbows with them because he knows that the white people are going to teach him the business and they're going to tell him how it is. Like he was that dude that took his off time or his weekends whenever he was working on his day job to take trips to the city. He would go to like places like Austin, Houston, and have these different conferences to get his wastewater operator license. And while he was doing that on his off time from his day job, he just quickly built his business. Yup. That's pretty much what he did. And once he got some contacts and he started making connections with different people and stuff, and he had a whole roster of people's homes, he was gone making that money. Every weekend, he was gone making money. Yeah. And now he just sits back. He's like 71, maybe 72. And he just lets the young people do it. He takes my tells my brother to contract with the essays because you know the essays is running shit out there, and the essays do all the hard shit. He don't do nothing. He just supervises. He just literally makes a phone call, has a meeting with my brother or whoever he's working with, and then that's it. All he literally does is make sure the work gets done. He used to do the work like when he was younger, like in his 50s, he would legit like dig holes and stuff and all types of shit. But now he don't do that shit. Every now and then he might do something at home, but he don't he don't be doing shit now. He be chilling. But yeah, like that's the man. Like he was always on involved with something. That was a crazy part. Now when I think about it, as a kid, he was involved in like places like the Lions Club, the Housing Authority for Section 8. I think he was like the president of the Housing Authority at one point, if I'm not mistaken. He was on the board of the Housing Authority. I think he still is. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know. I can't keep up, child. All I know is that wherever his white friends were, he was there. he was he was the HNIC, the head nigga in charge or something. Like everybody knows my dad. His name is Gerald Brown. If you ask anybody in my hometown who he is, they're gonna tell you exactly who he is. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, Mr. Brown, he's a good man. He's done a lot for the community around here." That's my dad. Yeah, he puts in the work. And my mom, on the other hand, not so much involved. She's more quiet, laid back, tends to the house, doesn't do much, just cooks and cleans. She don't do shit. On occasion, she'll do like home health aid stuff. She'll take care of like clients, quote unquote. And she used to do like the nursing stuff. She used to work in nursing homes and she used to like bathe clients. But now she just sits with them, makes sure they're okay, or she'll just go grocery shopping for them. And she'll work part time. She'll work like 5 hours a day, and then she just goes home and chills. I said, man, if only I could just live that fucking life. Why can't my life be as easy as theirs? I don't understand. Like, why is life so difficult right now? Like, when I say my parents got it made, they got it made. They ain't got to work. They just choose to work. They really do. They really got it made. They say they broke, quote unquote, but they are not broke. They are far from broke. I'm gonna tell you that right now. And I'm gonna tell you why they're far from broke. One time I remember I went home to visit and they rented a casino bus to go all the way to Louisiana from Texas, which is like 4 hours away. And they had like 20 or 30 people on the bus. Well, out of those 20, 30 people, they got a cut from the rental that they did with the contract people. And I want to say they made like a cool 2 or 3 thousand off of those people that rode that casino bus. Yep. Like that's the side hustle bullshit that they be doing. Like that's what I'm talking about. They be pimping motherfuckers and people don't realize it. They charge like $50 a head to ride the bus all the way to Louisiana and then they get their little cut. But yeah, everybody be like, when the next casino bus? When the next casino bus? And she'd be like, I don't know, probably in like 6 months or so. Everybody be still hitting up my parents talking about when the next casino bus. But yeah, they be getting paid. People don't realize it though. They get hella paid. They just play dumb. They play broke. And I don't blame them. I would play broke too, because I don't want nobody harassing the shit out of me for money. Fuck no. You'd be surprised how many people back home, kinfolk specifically, who literally ask like my parents for money and shit all the time. Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, they're very business minded. My dad's the brain of the family. My mom is more like she's the housekeeper, the cooks and cleans, but that's it. She's smart, but she's not business smart. She's just common sense smart. Like she knows what to clean and stuff or whatever. But my dad business smart, very very business smart. And the last time I checked, that motherfucker had like 5 business cards. And I'm not talking about like business cards with his name on it. I'm talking about like business account cards, credit cards, like American Express Platinum, American Express Gold. Like, yeah, that nigga got money. If you walking around with an American Express Platinum or Gold for a business account, yes, you have money. Because at minimum, you could get $10,000 a piece on each card, and at maximum, you could probably get close to $40,000 a piece on each card. Yeah, it means a nigga got good credit. That's what that means. He's got probably got about a 800 credit score by now. I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, that's what happens when you make the right choices and invest. And that's what I've been trying to tell my silly ass sister, who's much older than me. She's like about 44. She gotta be about 44 now. I'm 37. But no, nobody wants to listen to the little one. I don't preach. If you don't want my help, I will not preach to you. That's crazy because my mom had 5 kids, but my dad was never home, although they were married, and her family always asked her for money. Wow, that is insane. That's a little backwards, Keto. What the hell? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's backwards. Now, why would people ask your mama for money? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that I don't know. That don't make no sense. And then the dad's never home. That's crazy as fuck. Yeah, I feel like, and she had no job, and they knew she had no job. They still asked her for money. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Yeah, that just sounds like some hating ass motherfuckers. I feel like when people see people who are married, they automatically think they got money because they're married, and that's not always the case. There are a lot of married couples that are struggling that act like they got the money and they're trying to keep up with the Joneses and portray an image. Yeah, but she kept money. Okay, that's good. That's good. But yeah, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of married couples out here who act like they got money, but they ain't got shit to their name. And I'm gonna tell you the ones who got the money. It's the quiet ones that got the money. And I'm gonna tell you why. The quiet people, which I call quiet money, are the people that don't dress nice. They dress like they're bums. I'm being serious. And they have millions and billions and billion trillions of dollars in their account. You'll never know it because of the way they dress. My dad worked construction and owned land. Oh, that's good, Keita. That's what's up. He sounded like he was a businessman. Shout out to your dad. I know that's right. Construction is hard. That's a hard job. Yeah. Especially owning land. My dad owns land too. He owns, I want to say close to 5 acres or more. I'm not too sure in the country. Well, yeah, he owns, and this is how player my parents are. This is how slick they are. So, when my sister was pregnant with her second child with a guy that she's with now, who was a Hispanic man at SA, they decided to help her with a house. So, check this out. They said, we can get you a house, but because your credit is fucked up, we're going to keep the house in our name since your credit is fucked up. And I was just like, wow. So yeah, they got 2 houses apparently in their name and a little bit of land. No, he was an alcoholic and illiterate. Oh shit. But he knew how to get money. You know what? I'm not even gonna judge because baby, we got plenty of alcoholics in my family and they are workers, worker bees. My uncles are prime examples. My 3 deadbeat uncles. Well, I take that back. One deadbeat uncle, 2 uncles who are actually responsible. They're all 3 of them are brothers. They are alcoholics, like triple alcoholics, and they are functioning alcoholics. Each one of them still works to this day. One of them is a truck driver. The other one is a butcher. And the other one, he was in a deli. But now, since he got his disability from the VA, he pretty much kind of retired himself. So he's not really, working no more. I'm a brutally honest person. No, it's cool. I'm brutally honest too, Keita. I'm right along with you. I will tell you, we got plenty of them in the family. If it's not alcoholics, it's crackheads, because I'm pretty sure everybody got a crackhead in the family. No family is perfect. I'm going to tell you that right now. Especially white folks. White folks will be the first ones be acting like they're pish posh perfect and they ain't got no crackheads in the family. But I'm going to tell you, white folks got meth heads in the family. I'm going to tell you that right now. If they're not meth heads, they're coke heads. One of the two most of the time, not all of them, but most of the time. If they grew up in the trailer parks, yeah. Imagine what they got in their family compared to black people. But yeah, we got a lot of functioning alcoholics and dope fiends in the family. Don't let it fool you. Yeah, acid and all, exactly. And the shit that we don't do, look, we would never touch that shit. But yeah, we got plenty of them. And to this day, I can count on one hand how many cousins that are functioning dope heads that actually work and get they shit and do God knows what and call it a day. And most of the time, I'm gonna tell you what they be doing. They be doing bullshit jobs. They don't even work real jobs. One of them, he's like in his 60s, I believe. He's an older cousin of mine. He works like on a farm with a white man, and he'll do like goat herding or like milking the cows or something silly like that. And he'll like, do some calf roping or whatever, just dealing with, different cattle and shit. And when he gets this little $400 or $500 for the day from the white man, you know what he does? He goes and buys himself a 12 pack of beer, go gets his little dope or whatever the hell he does, and gets high all day or drunk all day. That's his entertainment. And if they're not getting high and drunk all day, they take their little money and they go get a pack of cigarettes. That's all they care about. Getting a pack of cigarettes and a nasty ass piss beers is like gold to my kinfolk. I'm so serious. Like, I have a lot of uncles that drink that nasty ass Bud Light, Budweiser, Miller Lite, Bush. That's piss beer. I fucking hate beer. But yeah, you'd be surprised. A whole bunch of them will go get like a 20 pack, a 12 pack, and doing their weeds and tweeds or whatever they do in the country and just sit on the porch and watch the cars drive by. They just be sitting there watching the cars like this. There go Junebug. Or there goes so and so. And then they wave at the cars. That's what they do in the country. I'm so serious. If you go to my uncle right now and he got a country name, you're gonna laugh your ass off. His name is Herbert Lee. If you go to Herbert Lee's house, but they don't say it Herbert Lee, they call him Herbert Lee. That's how they say it. Well, that's how my mom says it. She goes, Herbert Lee, Herbert Lee. Just country as hell. If you go to Herbert Lee's house right now, Herbert Lee got a dirty ass porch that he never really cleans. He'll be sitting there lighting up a cigarette or his weeds and tweeds with a beer on the table and playing some dice with another kinfolk member or playing spades and playing some music on his porch. But he can do that because he owns the house. He got a trailer. I think he got a double wide. But yeah, he got his little VA loan, got himself a trailer in the country, and he just be chilling, just lighting up cigarettes back to back, popping open beer cans and chilling, looking at the cars go by. And his trailer is so player, you won't laugh. But he installed like an outdoor shade around his porch. So you can't see him when you pass by his trailer because the shade is blocking the inside of the porch. It's like a two-way shade. You could see people at the highway and you could see people walking around, but the people can't see you. It's like a double mirror shade. It's pretty cool. It's pretty badass. But yeah, he got his own little porch on his own little trailer, and he just pops open them beer cans and pops some cigarettes and just back to back. That's all he does for entertainment, for shits and giggles. That's his entertainment. And if he does watch TV, he gonna laugh so hard. That Negro still watches Heat of the Night. He the only nigga in the family that loves In the Heat of the Night. You remember that old show? In the heat of the night. You remember that show? That old ass black show. It was like came out like in the I think the 80s or some shit like that. I can't remember. The only nigga that watches that show, if he's not watching In the Heat of the Night, he's watching Matlock. Da, 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 da. You remember Matlock? And if he's not watching Matlock, he's watching Good Times. If he's not watching Good Times, he's watching The Jeffersons. But yeah, he one of them old school niggeros that got an antenna, no cable, and he just watches the antenna channels all day. And if he's not watching the channels, he'll be sitting on his porch lighting up a cigarette because he loves smoking cigarettes, some nasty ass cigarettes. I think he smokes like the Marlboros or Camels. I can't remember what he smokes, but it's so stinky. It's nasty. I hate cigarettes. And he just pops open a can of beer every 5 seconds. That's all he does. Yeah, he be chilling, child. That is the entertainment in the country. See, one thing I like about country folk, they don't give a flying fuck what you think about them. They don't care. Because all they know is that they home is entertaining to them. They don't need to be in a club like the young people. They don't need to do shit to make themselves happy. They just sit on the porch and watch the cars go by, lighting up their beers and lighting up their cigarettes and shit. I'm so happy I don't smoke anymore. Oh, good. Child, I don't know how people just smoke them stanky ass cigarettes. My sister used to be one of them. She used to smoke them cigarettes. She used to smoke. nasty ass Newport 100s. It shit stank so bad. But when she started having children later in life, she stopped smoking eventually when she had her kids. Me, on the other hand, I've never been a fan of cigarettes. I'll tell you that right now. I can't stand the smell of it. But I did smoke Blackie Miles on occasion. And sometimes, I might smoke one on occasion, but I only smoke it because either I'm trying to stay awake if I'm traveling like on a road trip or something. But other than that, I've never done cigarettes. I've never done cigarettes. I've never done tobacco. I hate it. I can't stand the smell. You stopped in 2020. Oh, that's good. At least you stopped. Look, because most motherfuckers out here, they still popping them cigarettes like it's candy and tearing up their lungs and arteries and shit. At least you stopped. It's okay. At least you stopped. Shit, because most people out here still smoking, still dipping tobacco. I got a lot of cousins that dip tobacco. Child, you'd be surprised how many black people in my family dip tobacco. It's so nasty. I don't know how people do it. That's so gross. It was very hard. I believe it. If you've been smoking for a very long time, it is hard to withdraw yourself from smoking. That's like people who drank for a long time. If you're a severe alcoholic and you're trying to like stop, that withdrawal is very, very hard. Me, on the other hand, I don't drink as much. If I do, it'll be like maybe wine on a good day when I'm at home, or if I'm, doing mixed drinks, it'll be like a margarita, like tequila or something like that. But it'll be mixed. But other than that, I don't be really doing shit. I just do a lot of wine coolers now. I just be chilling. Ew, it's disgusting watching them spit it out. Oh yeah, the tobacco dip. Yeah, that dip ain't no joke, baby. Let me tell you, that dip is so disgusting. It can actually take out your whole entire jawline. Like I seen videos of people's whole entire jaw just gone from tobacco dip. That's why I would never dip. I tried it one time when I seen this white girl that used to dip. I don't know if she still does or not, but she was stationed in the military with me. She was real country. She was from Wisconsin, and she would always get this grizzly bear tobacco dip. And I said, "You always be getting that tobacco dip like it's the last thing on God's green earth. What is so special about the tobacco dip?" And she was like, "It's the taste of it, and it's this and it's that." And I said, "Let me try a piece." So I tried one smidge of her tobacco dip. I spit that shit out so quick it burns. It burned my tongue and it turned me off so bad. I said, "See, this is why I don't do shit. I don't do silly shit like this. No, hell, not even cigarettes." I tried a cigarette one time. I spit that shit out so quick. I said, "Oh hell nah." That's why you'll never catch me smoking weeds and tweeds. I don't do weeds. I don't do tweeds. Oh, I've been around people that have done it, but me, no, it's not my preference. My preference is just alcohol. That's it. That's it. That's all I do. That is the only drug of choice, or whatever you want to call it, is alcohol. That's it. But outside of alcohol, you will never see me doing tobacco dip. You'll never see me smoking cigarettes. Mm-mm. Not even weeds and tweeds. Not even that. Nope. Yeah, no. Mm-mm. I don't know how people do all that crap. I just don't understand. Like, you gotta be a strong motherfucker to do some type of shit like that. I cannot do it. I don't know how people do it. But yeah, like, no, I'm just like, I like to chill. I just like to have my little cooler or my little mixed cocktail or whatever. And if I do have a mixed drink, like a cocktail or something, I'll be at the bar. I'll be like at a restaurant. Most of the time, I'll be like at a restaurant, but it'll be like daylight. Nighttime, I really hardly ever go out to the bars. I'm not really a bar person. I used to go out to bars, but I only went out when I had somebody with me. Now, if I didn't have nobody with me, they ain't gonna catch me drinking shit. Because if I want to get lit, I will keep my black ass at home and get me some stuff and just be chilling lit in my home before I be lit in public. And that's another thing I never understood with people. Why do people get lit in public knowing damn well they don't have nobody safe to drive their ass home? Then they got to resort to paying for shit like Uber or Lyft to get safely home. I never understood that shit. I've never been a type to do that. I will never get lit in public. Never. Mm-mm. I had to stop my liquor as well. I'm completely sober, and at first it felt deprived, but now I'm in acceptance of it. Oh, good for you, Kita. Congratulations. How long you been sober? That's good. There's nothing wrong with that at all. That's kind of like me. I've been sex deprived for God knows how long. I will tell you that right now. I've been sex deprived since the day I left Texas. I ain't did shit with nobody. Honestly, since 20 ooh, I want to say like 2020 time frame. Since the pandemic, I haven't touched a man since. Mm-mm, nope. And don't miss the shit either, because I completely removed myself. I am sober of men. So sober that I have crossed the other side and liked it way more than men and called it a day. Because, yeah, you're not going to, you ain't going to see me with no man. I'm going to, no. I just chose and decided, yeah, I'm done with all you Negroes. I'm done. Y'all too nasty. Y'all don't be wrapping shit up. Y'all be spreading disease. I ain't got time for it. Ooh. Ever since that monkeypox mess thing came out and shit, I've been very leery of who I deal with. Mm-mm. Nope. Very, very leery. Yeah, no, I've just been completely sober from sex. I don't miss it. I don't care for it. Even if it's one, with a woman or whatever, I'm just like, I don't care for it. I'm just like, what's the point? All I'm about is survival. If it ain't about the money, it ain't about the Benjamins, I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to chase the bag and win. That's all I'm trying to do right now. And once I'm focused on the bag and focused on rebuilding pretty much my whole entire life, because I'm literally starting over from scratch, then maybe, just maybe, I might go back into like talking to people again. But I'm hella antisocial. Hella antisocial. Thanks. Today is day 88, and I don't blame you. You definitely have been celibate for years as well. Oh, yeah. Oh, you have been celibate. Oh, wow. I don't blame you, child. I don't blame you. And congratulations on your 88 days. That's good. That's awesome. That's a blessing because not many people can do that. It's very hard, to be sober for that long and not have withdrawals and shit. Did you ever have withdrawals or nah? Because it's tough. It's not an easy feat. But yeah, I've been extremely celibate, baby. Nope. I've had quite a few scares in my time, but I thank God I ain't got nothing. No. But yeah, I've had quite a few scares in my time in my 20s when I was out and about and I was outside. What the new generation calls it. We outside, bitch. We outside. No, I'm not outside. I'm inside the house. I'm Netflixing and chilling, looking at Tubi. I ain't touching nothing. Oh, mm-mm. I'm the type of person that if I don't have a clear mindset and I'm not super hyper focused on what I'm trying to achieve, then yeah, I might be outside. But because I have so much discipline and I've been through so much hell, I don't give a damn. I don't. And people always ask me, it makes me laugh when people always ask me, why are you still alone? Why don't you date? Why aren't you married? Why don't you have kids? Da 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 da. I chose not to. I chose to live the single life and be happy and unbothered. Why can't I just be single and unbothered? That's my question. Why do people give me the third degree when they find out I don't have kids and I never had a man and I've never been married? Like it's like it's a crime to be single and alone and childless. The doctor gave me medication. I was just sad for a couple of days. Oh, I appreciate you too, Keita. I really do. Because baby, let me tell you, it's a journey. It is a journey, okay? It is a journey, but you'll get through it. And sometimes, if you got to take medication, hell, so be it. It ain't nothing wrong with it. Don't have no shame about it. And don't let nobody make you feel bad about yourself either, because it ain't none of their business, just like you said. None of their damn business. Because there are some things that I have took to myself to the grave that nobody knows. that I will never say, not even on this YouTube internet. There are some things that I have been through, and I'm not proud, but I will never tell y'all. No, because I will keep that shit in the grave. But yeah, that's good. You're happier than you ever been. That's good. I can't really say the same. I'm happy, but am I happier than I ever been? No. I'm happy that I have a job, and I'm happy that I'm surviving. But yeah, I've been through a lot of shit before I even came out here, and it sucked. I just thank God that I ain't never had a nigga beat my ass. That's one thing I will say. I ain't never had a nigga beat my ass. I ain't never had a nigga steal from me. Nothing. The closest thing to that, well, I will say, was when I was like 20 or 21, when I was first, joined in the military or whatever. I had a crazy ex boyfriend. Thank God I did not marry that fool who wanted to marry me so bad. Don't know why. I was just young and dumb and naive. And he was just mentally abusive. Like he would just be spiteful. He was a narcissist. All of the above. And he was a habitual liar and a cheater. And once I found out the shit that he was really about, I left his ass long time ago. And another thing I will say that I took to the grave, but I'm cool about talking about it now. But once upon a time, when I was with him, I was taken advantage of in my sleep. And when I woke up, he was on top of me and he impregnated me. And it was not cool. And when I went downtown to the clinic in El Paso, I got some medicine and solved the problem. And it was gone. That was probably one of the most traumatic experiences I've ever had in my life, was that. Outside of that, ain't nobody hit me upside my motherfucking head or nothing. Hallelujah. But yeah, I'm thankful I've never been in an abusive relationship. I've just been with a lot of narcissistic men who just did not give a flying fuck about me. But other than that, that was like the most traumatic, quote unquote, experience, if you want to call it that. But yeah, I've heard a lot more horrible stories with people that were in the military with me that had a lot of shit, like fucked up shit. I'm talking like family molesting them and shit. Like, I thank God none of that happened to me either. Nah, I ain't never went through no shit like that. Hell no. Mm-mm. Yeah, no. I'm happier than I've ever been in the sense of my sobriety, people in my life. Okay, okay, I see what you're talking about. Oh, it's okay. No, don't be sorry. It's okay. It's okay. You live and you learn. It was just a lesson learned. Like I said, I just thank God I ain't never married the nigga. He ended up getting kicked out the military after all the shit he did. And I think he was a dope fiend. I think he was on coke or something. He was on something. He was bad. He was a very bad young black guy. And I ain't seen him since the day I left El Paso. And I thank God. I don't know where that nigga is. I don't know what he looked like. I don't know what happened to him, but he disappeared off the face of the earth when I left El Paso. And he was from West Memphis, Arkansas. It's terrible. I've been with many narcissistic men as also. Yeah, isn't that terrible when you expect better from people and you just get bullshit after bullshit after bullshit? I felt like I was going through stages of waiting to excel. That's how I felt my life. I really did. I felt like every guy I legit encountered, whether they were military or non-military, it was the same vicious cycle. I'm so serious. Like they don't care. Majority of the ones I've been with were black. I've never really dated outside my race until like military time. I dated like maybe one white guy, but that wasn't even a date. That was more like a fling. Like when I say I was outside, I was outside. Okay. I thank God. Nothing wrong with my black ass. Whew. But I was careful. I was very careful. But yeah, back in my heyday in my 20s, yeah, I've been around a couple of, different guys, but other than that, not serious relationships. No. Mm-mm. I just didn't care for him anymore at that point. I just said, fuck him. Said, why bother going through the same vicious cycle again if y'all gonna continue to play games with women? Like, what's the point? I had to run from this one guy that tried to assault me in his car. Oh God. I was almost 300 pounds flying down the street like a track star. Oh shit. I can't imagine. Damn, girl. You had to run for that nigga? Shit. See, I'm so thankful. There could have been so many situations I was in when I was much younger in my 20s that could have led to shit like that. But I thank God I didn't have nobody assault me or nothing. Hallelujah. No, it never got that bad. And to be honest, I never had to call the police on a nigga until I came all the way here in Virginia when I had that stalker situation. But yeah, that is crazy, Keita. Damn, where'd you be meeting these niggas at? In the club? Where was you finding them? On the streets? After the club, he appeared to be nice. Oh no, see. Mm-mm. Nope, that was red flag number one. You said after the club. Keyword club is a red flag. Baby, I stopped going to clubs when I got out the military. I didn't been there. I didn't done that. I didn't travel the world. I didn't been to every club there was you could think of. I don't care for the clubs. I just don't. My club is the house, clubhouse. My club is my living room right here. My club is YouTube. Hell, I get more entertainment on YouTube than anything. That dude at your apartment building was nuts. Hell yeah, he was. And you was only 21? Oh shit, you was young. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You sounded like me when you was in your 20s. I ain't ran for no nigga, but I've had quite a few crazies that I dealt with in the past. I thank God I ain't never had no issues with them. But yeah, that is insane. Yeah, but yeah, the dude in my apartment, that was probably one of the craziest experiences I've ever had. That shit was like fatal attraction times 10. And other than that, I never had no crazy interactions besides that dude. My ex, the one I told you about when I was stationed in the military, the craziest shit he did, he slashed my tires. This is how you know you got some good punani. Okay, when a nigga slash your tires, you got some good shit. Okay, and then besides slashing my tires, he slashed my convertible top. I had a convertible drop top Mustang at the time. It was nice. It was all white, had black racer stripes, black hard top cover, and he slashed the shit out of it. Yeah. I said, you was a crazy son of a bitch. You are crazy. And I know it was you talking about he don't know who slashed my shit, but he saw that somebody had tampered with my shit. No, it was your black ass. Because you know my car, you know where the hell I live. And it just happened to be on post when I was living in the barracks too. Like, coincidence, hello, it's your dumb ass. Like, I'm not stupid. Come on now. But yeah, he had some nerves slashing my shit up. I said, what kind of person are you? Like, what the fuck? I gotta plug up my laptop. My laptop about to die on me. Shit. I thought I plugged it up. My bad. But yeah, he was a psychopath. Like, you gotta be some type of a crazy to slash somebody's shit up. And I ain't did nothing to you? No. That's how I knew he was crazy. Right. He was crazy. Super crazy. He was from West Memphis, Arkansas. Let's get that out the bat. If you don't know the history of West Memphis, Arkansas, Google it. Apparently, that place is very famous for the West Memphis Three. The West Memphis Three were three crazy white people that did all this cult mess, voodoo mess, or whatever, and they went on like a killing spree or some shit, and they killed somebody or they killed several people. Yeah, the town he come from, mm-mm. The town he come from is crazy. That I'd tell you about his ass. But yeah, I tell people, yeah, stay away from motherfuckers. No matter how mad I've gotten, I've never slashed tires, broke windows. Right. Me either. It's not that deep. I don't understand a lot of these females out here that be slashing the niggas' tires, busting his windows. I never understood that. Like, I'm just like, is the dick that good for you to be slashing somebody's tires and break windows? I don't care if it's that good. I'm not gonna do it. Like, him and the whole town crazy. Facts. Like, nah, I don't have patience to destroy another person's property. And then two, I don't want to go to jail. First of all, I ain't never been to jail. Hallelujah. Don't plan on seeing a jail cell. Oh, I am not a fighter. I am a lover. I don't do violence. Call me a wimp, call me a sissy. I don't do shit. Okay, I just don't. I laugh at people at they documentaries and shit when I hear what the fuck they did. But other than that, I will never do it. No, hell no. Now my sister, on the other hand, she's a fighter. She was the type of person that went to jail. She never beat nobody's ass and went to jail, but she would fight like in high school and shit like that because people would bully her because of her weight. She was a big kid. And then, like, after high school, she started running with the wrong crowd, got locked up for like DUI, all types of silly shit, or public intoxication. I can't remember. But she only got locked up like once, maybe twice, if that. And after that, she learned a lesson. And she stopped hanging with the fools she was hanging with and met her Prince Charming nigga that she got now, the SA. He's a sweet guy. His name is Pablo. He's sweet. But yeah, she's living a quiet family life now, and she changed for the better. But back then, when she was in her 20s, yeah, she was wild. She was running the streets. She was bad. Yeah, but you'd be surprised. All the people that I know, the people I've been around. Oh man, you'd be so surprised how many things I know. Whew, it's just too much to count. I used to fight a lot, but when the police came acting like I had sense, I can see that too. Damn. Keto over there being Devo. You was Devo, huh? What chain? Yeah, what chain? You was Devoing people, huh? Was you bullying people? What the hell? Or were people bullying you? Like my sister. My sister was getting bullied all the time. That's the only reason she fought. But me, no, I ain't never had a fight. I ain't never fought in high school, never fought in anything. I've had arguments, but I've never been like violent. No, I was the bully buster. Oh, you was Captain Save-A-Ho. Oh, okay, okay, okay. That's what's up, Keita. Kudos to being a bully buster. That's what's up. No, ain't nothing wrong with that. I understand that. You breaking up the fights and stuff between the bullies and the people who are getting picked on. That's cool. But yeah, no, I've never came close to a fight. Believe it or not, never came close to any of that. The only quote unquote crime that I did commit when I was 17 years old, I took this to the grave. It's the one thing I will say is it wasn't a real crime though. Let's be honest. It was more of a traffic citation. So once upon a time when I was 17, I was going to the store to get something. I can't remember what I was going to get. And when I was parking in the parking lot, I accidentally parked too close. You know how you park the wrong way, you park too close to somebody's vehicle? Well, I got stuck on their car door and I scratched up the whole side of their car. It was bad. And then I got scared and I drove off. I committed a hit and run and didn't realize it like a dumbass. Then the police came to my parents' house to confront me. And luckily, by the grace of God, their cameras were not working in that parking lot that day. I got very lucky. I could have had a crime and everything, but they didn't have no evidence on me. There were witnesses who saw me, but they didn't know my car because I had a very dark Nissan Maxima. It was an old school 1995 model. My brother handed me down. It was a piece of shit. But yeah, the car was already beat up, so they didn't know if it was actually me that did the actual hit and run. So they let me go. They didn't do shit about it. But my parents decided to teach me a lesson. Said since you want to hit cars and drive off and shit, you're gonna get your car taken away. So they took my car away and trashed it at the junkyard. Got rid of it to teach me a lesson. It was fucked up too, and that was my first car. I cried. I was so mad. Growing up in the most notorious project in the nation, I just had to be the rebel in the family because no one else did it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Now I feel you. That project shit ain't no joke, man. I feel you, girl. That project shit is tough, especially if you're in a big city like Chicago or whatever. Yeah, that's got to be tough. I can't imagine, man. Oh man, one thing I will say, I'm thankful. I never grew up in the projects. I grew up in the country, but not the projects. Yeah, my parents did not play. You right about that. Yeah, they did not play. And I think they only jumped my car because they knew that the cops was on my ass, so they wanted to make sure that there was no real evidence, quote unquote. But yeah, that's the only thing I was guilty of. When I was 17, I accidentally had a hit and run. My parents ended up paying the girl that I hit the car on out of the insurance, and then we settled, and that was pretty much it. But outside of that, I'm squeaky clean. I ain't got nothing on me. Nothing. Google Cabrini Green. Ooh, I know exactly where that is. Cabrini Green projects ain't no joke. I've heard of it. I've heard a lot of rappers talk about it. That is a hardcore project. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that's like saying I'm from Marcy Projects, where Jay Z is from in New York. Marcy Projects is hood. You can't walk up in Marcy unless you know somebody. But yeah, that shit crazy, 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 crazy. Yeah, Cabrini Green ain't no joke. I seen that on a documentary. I think on Netflix, on somewhere. That shit is real rough. Ooh, I feel sorry for you. Bless your heart, Keita. Bless your heart. Like I said, I ain't never had the project experience. I'm from the country, small town. But even growing up in the country, it can be rough depending on where you are. But yeah, that's just scary. You lived in Cabrini all your life, moved in 2007. Shit. Damn, more power to you, girl. Oh my God. Was you scared? Like, how did you survive? Is my question. That's like, how? Shit. I can't imagine the bullies, the mean ass kids you had to deal with, and all the winos and shit that was over there. I can't imagine. I'm so sorry. I feel your pain now. I understand the reason you had to fight. You had to fight to survive. Damn, that sucks. Now, I ain't had that experience. I thank God. I was very sheltered in a middle slash low class family in the country. Wouldn't have no real crime, wouldn't have no real issues. Just a lot of white folks, old folks, essays, and a few sprinkles of black. That's it. And my parents were very gung ho on religion. They made us faithfully go to Sunday school every damn Sunday. I hated it growing up. That's one reason why I don't go to church. It's not that I don't love the Lord or believe in God. I love the Lord and I do believe in God. I just prefer not to go to church. Because when you force a religion on somebody at a very young age and you tell them they don't go to church or else they're going to hell, yeah, I got a problem with that. I'm not going to continue to go to church. But yeah, growing up, I've been in church since I was like, 5 years old. Matter of fact, we was in a white non-denominational church, and that's why a lot of people looked at me funny because I was like the only black family in a white church in that little town. And our church was First Baptist Church, middle of nowhere, in town. And we wasn't honestly the only black family. It was several blacks. I want to say like maybe two or three other black families in that white church. But yeah, everybody else went to the nigger church in the country, in the hood. But we was the only other black family that went to the white church. Middle of nowhere, right? It was normal because it was home, but nobody would ever fight me. I was really loud, tough, and scary. I believe it. You sound like you would be loud, tough, and scary. I can see the hood in you. But yeah, legit middle of nowhere, small town, white church. And I hated it because one, the white kids was mean to me. None of them were very nice. I only talked to like one white girl who I thought was nice, but then ended up being mean. And then like the thing I hated the most about that silly church was how you could tell the white people judged you. Like, you know how, like older white people, they approach the nigga kids. Let's just be real. They approach the nigga kids with like a certain, distinction. They'd be like, oh, bless your heart. God bless you, child. That's how they talk in the white church. When they say shit like that, they don't mean that shit. They don't. They look at you like you are a nigga. They won't say it to your face, but you'll know. They gonna look at you like you a nigga with the ER, not the ER. They will look at you like you are the ER, and they know you don't belong, but they see that you're trying to fit in, and then they make it so uncomfortable. You're just like, ew, I don't want to go back to church. Like that's how my experience was growing up. My upbringing was horrible. And then vacation Bible school wasn't no better. My parents made me go to every stupid ass church camp, every summer camp there was. It was horrible. Horrible. I hated it. I was the only black kid in the whole white camp. No other black kids were there. I fucking hated that shit. I was mad. I was so mad. I was like, fuck this cracker church. I fucking hated it. I hated it so bad. I said, why can't we go to the nigga church, man? What the fuck? Why we gotta go to this bullshit ass church? My parents loved it for some reason. My dad, I call him the coon of all coons. He was cooning with white folks because he was always playing a piano for white people and shit. I was like, why you gotta be the piano player? Like it just didn't look right. It reminded me of the old days. Exactly, like listen, lady, I have more sense to your grandchildren. Facts. Like you know how the old slave days was when the nigga was on the piano and the trumpet like Louis Armstrong and they was tap dancing for white folks. That's how I felt like my dad was doing. He was tap dancing for white folks in the church, playing a piano, being the only black piano player, by the way. Delano, right? Yeah, that was my dad. Tap dancing for white folks. Oh, Django. That's what you meant. Yes, Django times 10. That was my dad, unfortunately. Tap dancing for white folks, singing white hymns and shit. Yeah, I hated that shit. I couldn't stand it. I hated it with a passion because I was just like, damn, why we always, gotta play for white folks and shit? Why can't the white people find their own people? Oh well, I don't mind doing it, and I love the Lord. Blah blah blah. That was my dad. I'm dead ass serious. See, my dad, he had a very important role in the white church. He was what's called a deacon. So because he was the deacon of the church for like 30 plus years, by the way, he felt it was obligated for him to be the designated piano nigga player of the white church. And I guess that was important to him. I don't know why, but I was just like, you can't find anything else to do besides playing the piano for the white people. He was like, I like it. I like playing hymns and this and that. I love it. I love it. I was just like, these white folks is laughing at you, right? I'm looking at him like, they laughing at you. They laughing at the nigga because you were cooning for white folks. And he never got it. It just never occurred to him. Like, the white people were smiling in his face, but probably called him a nigga behind his back. I'm pretty sure a million times. But yeah, it just killed me. But yeah, that was my upbringing. It was like, oh, and school wasn't no better. Don't even get me started on school. Lord have mercy. First of all, when I was a baby, and I was like in, I think the first grade. I can't remember what grade I was in, but I went to Catholic school. That was worse. And being the only black in Catholic school was not cool. I would literally get scolded by the nuns. The nuns would beat me with a yardstick on my hand. Yeah, I was getting abused at school. That was not cool. And when my mom got a whiff of it, she took me out that raggedy ass Catholic school and put me in public school, thinking that was better, which made it worse. In public school, I got called all types of N words and everything in the book because we in the middle of podunk country, bumfuck Lagrange with no real black people in it. So you just imagine the shit I had to endure with white kids just bullying the fuck out of me. And it made it no better because I was looking like Urkel. When I was a kid, I had these big ass bifocal glasses like that were this thick that could fry an egg on a rock. It made it no better. Like it was horrible. I had just imagine a young black kid with freckles and red hair like Chucky, and big ass glasses. That was me when I was a kid. I looked like what's her name? The actress Journey Smollett. Remember the chick that played at Eve's Bayou, the little black girl? I looked like Journey Smollett when I was a kid. I had red hair just like her when I was a kid and freckles, but big ass glasses. I was pissed off. I hated school. I couldn't stand it. Yeah, I hated it. Kids were fucking mean. Hell, they still mean, but yeah, they was just and the teachers were no better. You think the teachers gave a fuck? The teachers did not care about the black kids. They treated us like we was the help. Okay? I cried and I went to a teacher for help one time because somebody was being mean. You think that white woman did anything? No. She just said, sit back down in your seat like nothing happened because she knew the parents and she was goody friends with them, good old boy, and she didn't give a fuck. Yeah, it was horrible. And then like the one kid, I forgot his name. It's been so long since I've been out of school, but it was a one white boy, bad white boy too. He's always picking on people. He took my I think he took my toy or something away. I don't remember. And he like threw it or something and broke it. And when he broke it, I got mad during recess and I think I put his pudding or something or his snack in the trash. I saw a trash can and I put it in the garbage. Don't you know that that little white boy cried to the teacher and the fucking teacher punished me instead of him, even though he broke my toy and she knew he was wrong and made me go to the trash to dig out his fucking pudding cup. I was just like, what? I said, I'm not doing that. Fuck you. I was so mad. She was just like, you're going to be in timeout if you don't find his pudding cup right now. Like, that's how racist the teachers were. She made me go dig in the trash for a white kid's pudding cup instead of helping me after he broke my toy. I can't remember what he broke, but he broke a toy or something. But yeah, it was a recess. It was terrible. And I was just like, man, these teachers ain't shit. And then that one teacher, I'll never forget her white ass. She was the worst of them all. She was like, what's her name? That from that movie. You remember that movie, Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead? It was an old school movie that came out in the 90s with Christina Applegate. It's a really funny movie. But she reminded me of that old hag in that movie that was mean to everybody. And her name was Miss Keith. Miss Keith was an evil old ass white woman that legit like hit the desk with a fucking yardstick and put the fear in kids. Like she would legit like tap the desk and threaten us with all types of silly shit. And I will never forget Miss Keith. Miss Keith was too old to be at that fucking schoolhouse. Let's get that out the way. She was already like 70 something years old. She was teaching kindergartners. I don't know why the fuck they let that old lady still teach, but she needed to retire because she was scolding the black kids worse than the white kids. It was horrible. She was really mean as fucking. I think she was racist at one point. That's crazy. And she was stupid and nasty for allowing him to eat out the garbage. Right. It was fucking gross. Yeah. But yeah, I'll never forget Miss Keith. Miss Keith was a asshole. I don't know if she's still living. The last time I checked, I think she recently died. I don't know. I have to ask my dad. But yeah, Miss Keith was a mean old white biddy with gray hair. She had this crazy looking face. I'll never forget her face. She had like dents and holes in her cheeks. I don't know how to describe it, but she had like rosacea or something on her face. Like her cheeks were always rosy red, and she was a pale old white woman with gray hair, big ass fucking Urkel glasses, real thick, and she always wore these old bitty dresses, and she was just so fucking mean. She was never nice, and I can't remember what subject she taught, but she was terrible. Miss Keith was not that teacher that you wanted to be around. She was not the role model for children. First of all, she should have never been teaching children that young. Let's just get that out the blue. The way she would scream and fuss at us, like like we committed a crime. Oh my God. She was the only one. Everybody else was cool, but her ass. She needed to go retired, sit down somewhere. But then, yeah, like I never had any other crazy people besides her. All the other teachers were pretty cool. But yeah, that was the one thing I couldn't stand about my school. We didn't have a whole bunch of diversity. We didn't have black teachers back in the day. We didn't have nobody but white teachers. Like white teachers literally ruled that town. The only time I saw another color other than a white teacher was probably high school. High school, I saw Hispanic teachers, Mexican women. There was a couple of them, but outside of Hispanic teachers teaching Spanish and math, all my teachers were white. I never had any black teachers. Now the black women that were in that town were the substitutes, but they weren't really teachers. Let's be honest. They didn't teach shit. They were just substitutes. That's it. But outside of the black women being substitutes, well, nobody no real teacher. Mm-mm. Now, when I got into high school, I think I seen like one black coach, but that was it. All the other ones was white. Wow, I didn't see a white teacher until high school. Damn, all your teachers was black girl. That's what's up. At least you had diversity. I would have loved to have black teachers. Maybe I probably would have been a little bit more motivated with school because I was not motivated with school. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I did not care about that shit at all. I was passing with flying colors. I made A's and B's and sometimes C's, but I passed everything with flying colors. I was honestly making straight A's until I want to say middle school, high school time frame. I started making A's, B's, and C's. But yeah, I was always on the honor roll, faithfully, with no issues. Yes, from Head Start to eighth grade, all black. Damn. Shit, I can't imagine what that classroom looked like. Was it like black excellence or was it like hood black? Like these are some hood nigga teachers. Like what kind of teachers were they? I'm curious. Like did they just the type of teachers that just did not give a fuck and they just came to collect the check and went home? Or did they actually care to help the kids? That's what I need to know. Cause baby, seeing a black teacher now in like 2025, that gives me motivation. That's inspiring to see like black teachers now in 2025. But back then, if we had that luxury in my little town, I probably would have been a little bit more inspired to do something other than the military. But no, I was not inspired by shit. I wasn't. And I only did athletics like for like a year during my freshman year. I did track and field, a little bit of tennis, and basketball. That was it. And outside of that 1 year of athletics, I just did PE the rest of the time. I was pretty much in PE my whole entire school year, even through like middle school and like all the other grades or whatever. It's just PE. Oh, and I did band. I did band once. Band class was okay, but band was kind of hard. That white man was crazy. I forgot his name, but he was super crazy. No, they were absolutely amazing, very educated and inspiring. Some were haters. That's good. At least you had a good experience. That's one thing I wish I would have had. If I had a decent experience with my school and my teachers, I probably would have had a better outcome than what I'm dealing with today. But no, I didn't have that luxury. Oh no. All I had was lily white teachers and a couple of SA teachers, a couple of Hispanic teachers, but that's it. And I never seen any blacks unless they were substitutes. That was the only time I seen blacks. If the black women weren't substituted, you know what they was doing? There was mammy. Mammy was the cook of the school. They was literally cooking the food for children. That was what the black people did, unfortunately. And if they were black men that you saw in the schoolhouse, they was cutting the grass. If they weren't cutting the grass, they was the handyman fixing things inside the school. But outside of being in a handyman and cutting the grass, they ain't did shit. They ain't did shit else. Like that's why I said like that whole town ain't nothing but slave mentality. Like all the jobs that the black people got was slave jobs, and it pissed me off because I'm just like, well, we're in school and we're looking up to like role models and mentors and shit, and then you see our people breaking their backs over, slapping nasty ass food together, and cutting grass in the hot sun with no help and shit. It's just depressing. It's very depressing to watch that type of shit, and it made me angry. And I was just like, is this all this town is good for? Is slaving Negroes in the hot sun and making them work in a hot ass kitchen with a fan blowing in the back? Like, it really pissed me off. It did. Because I'm just like, something got to give. There's got to be a better option for black people in this town. But apparently, that was it. If you didn't work at a school, if you were black back in the day, you worked as a teller in a bank and they don't get paid shit. If you didn't work as a teller in the bank, you worked in home health. If you didn't work in home health or a nursing home, you worked in places like the grocery store, unfortunately. But yeah, blacks were not thriving in my town. Only the whites were thriving, unfortunately. We didn't have no blacks thriving in that town at all. My English teacher in high school was white and took me under her wings and always entered me into sassy essay competitions that I began to win, which led me to love writing and writing a book. Oh wow. That's good, Keita. I'm glad you had a good upbringing with your schoolhouse because I have no good school memories whatsoever about that shithole school of mine. I have no good memories. Yeah, it's very crazy. But yeah, like the whole entire system, the whole entire town was slave mentality, all of it. The only good I will say that came out of that shitty ass town were the friends I made. Apparently, one of my friends who I still talk to this day in 2025, who I practically known since kindergarten, is still my best friend today. We've been best friends for over 30 plus years, and she calls me on occasion to check on me, and she's a single parent and stuff, and she's doing good for herself. But yeah, that's the only thing I could say. I made a couple of friends, but my best friend that's like a sister to me, she still talks to me to this day. Outside of her, nothing else good has came from that town. I'm so serious. Yeah, it's very sweet. Her name is Antoinette. Yeah, Antoinette's a sweetheart. uh she's what is she? I think she's like a recruiter. I think she works in HR. I can't remember exactly what she does, but she's like one of them hospital recruiters. She worked in the hospital system for a very long time. She's sweet. She's down to earth. She's very hardworking, and she loves what she does. And the last time I checked, she's still in Austin, I believe. But that was the only good thing I can say is that I was very close to her, and I was very close to another black girl that I grew up with in school named Destiny. Um, we were like sisters, like two peas in a pod. But Destiny unfortunately died at a very young age. She was only 27 or 28 when she passed away. This was like back in 2016, 2017, somewhere around there. She was kind of sick. She was on dialysis, and she was a very bad diabetic. Yeah, it was very sad, very unfortunate. She went through a lot though. Before she had passed, her mother passed when we were kids in high school. I'll never forget when Miss Bobby passed. Miss Bobby was a sweet old black lady. She used to work at the nursing home with my mom, and word on the street was that she had a brain aneurysm that killed her. Unfortunately, it's very very sad. You have no friends, honestly. Don't feel bad, Keita. Hell, I don't have no friends either. Shit. Well, I do, but the two friends I do have that are here, one's 2 hours away. She's practically like a sister to me, and the other one, he's up in DC. And the only reason I'm good friends with him is because we were stationed in the military together. Oh, my best friend was killed during the pandemic. Oh shit! I am so sorry, Kita. I send my deepest condolences as well to you. That's very sad. How was she killed, if you don't mind me asking? It's so sad. Oh my God. Damn, that's scary. I hate shit like that, man. It just makes you wonder, like, what be going on in people's heads, man. It's so scary, super scary. Oh man. But yeah, like I tell people all the time, life is short. You gotta make it what you make it in, and try to enjoy it as much as you can. It's just scary out here. Drive-by shooting. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh man, I am so sorry. Damn, that's scary. Was it in Chicago? Like where you're from? Or somewhere else? Because I know Chicago is dangerous. That's why I'd be kind of leery to go visit. As much as I would love to visit Chicago, I'd be like, I don't know. Shit. But yeah, damn. Super, super scary. Part of why my drinking got bad. Oh no. Damn. I'm so sorry, Kita. That's rough. And it was Chicago. Oh man. Yeah, that shit is scary. That is so scary. I thank God I've never had that experience. We never had like, violent crimes in my little town, but damn, that's sad. That's why I'd be leery to travel now. Shit. Even places like New York, oh God. If I do go to New York, I cannot be alone. I got to have somebody. Somebody got to be with me. I need a bodyguard or something because I'm not doing a solo trip to New York or Chicago. I refuse. I don't give a damn how safe the white people say it's safe in certain areas. I'm not traveling alone to those particular cities. Mm-mm. Oh, you're okay. That's good. Oh, well, now I understand that. That's a very traumatic situation. I would definitely uh, be talking, like the counselors and stuff for sure. That's rough. That's very rough. Yeah, yeah. I can't imagine the how you felt because I would have been torn up too if that happened to one of my best friends. It's scary. She was my friend that made Christmas happen for my four children when I couldn't. Oh, damn. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's tough, especially when there's somebody that's so close to you and your kids. That's tough. That's very tough. Yeah, no, I mean, I couldn't say the same. I didn't have nothing as traumatic as that happened to me, but the one thing I will say, the most heartbreaking one that I had was the friend that I told you about that died from the dialysis that she was on from diabetes. But I heard that low key, she wasn't really taking care of herself very much. She was smoking weeds and tweeds and stuff. And I don't know what was going on with her dialysis, but when she lost a kidney, she eventually started shutting down. Like when she shut down, like she started looking bad. Like she was looking like an 80-year-old woman and she was like in her 20s. And that's when I knew she was probably going to eventually be in the ground because of the way she was looking. It was not good. But I felt bad for her because she went through something similar like you when she lost her mother from that brain aneurysm that she had. It kind of scarred her and messed her up because, excuse me, when we went to a basketball game, I'll never forget, we went to a basketball game in my town and I went home and she went home. And then the next morning, I heard in town, because everybody likes to talk around small towns and gossip about people, that she supposedly found her mother on the floor in a pool of blood. And that's when they knew it was a brain aneurysm. But yeah, I was just like, whew. And that messed her up a lot. Like I remember she always cried to me. She always tell me that she didn't want to live no more. It was very sad. She went through a lot. And her mother was like, the only person in her life, other than me. But it was just her brother, and her mother that lived together in the projects. Very, very sad. Yeah, so sad. She was so young. I just couldn't believe how young she was and how quickly her kidneys shut down when she went on dialysis from diabetes. It's scary. Very, very scary. That's why I tell people you gotta take care of yourself when you have stuff like that. Yeah, my sister needed a kidney and died in 2003 of a heart attack. Oh shit. Damn. I am so sorry, Kita. You have been through a lot. Did you ever receive counseling at one point? I'm just curious if you did it, or if you don't want to share, that's fine. You don't have to say anything. But baby, if I was you, I would be in counseling. I don't know how you're functioning. I don't know how to function. I would not be functioning if I lost very close people like that in my life. I really would not know how to function. I would have cracked up and probably lost my damn mind. I really would have. Oh, she had lupus. Ooh, yeah, lupus ain't no joke. That's yeah. And to be honest, my niece has lupus. My oldest niece, my brother's kid, she's only like 23 and she's got lupus. She was diagnosed with it, I think, when she was like 16, if I'm not mistaken. But she's fine. It's under control for now, from what I was told. She was doing like a lot of blood transfusions when she was younger at the Children's Hospital. I just started therapy a couple months back. That's good. That's good, Kita. Good for you. Because a lot of people, especially Black people, they don't care about therapy. A lot of Black people will be like, "Oh, I don't need to talk to no crazy doctor. I'm not crazy." You know how it is. Black people in the community, they get a stigma, and they think because you go talk to somebody you're crazy. No, you're getting the help that you need, professional help. Hell, I've talked to them. I'm one of them to witness it. I've talked to plenty of counselors in my time, and I haven't talked to them recently, no, but I have one scheduled in September. I don't know why they took so long to get me scheduled for a counselor here at the VA, but I've talked to quite a few of them after military life because I needed to, because I was not going to crack up and be scarred from war and bullshit from the military. I have just always been the backbone of the family. Yeah, that's tough. That's very tough. Yeah. See, with me being a baby of the family, I'm the youngest in my family. I've never been the backbone. I've never honestly had any real responsibility. So for me, it was a breeze. But in your case, yeah, that's tough. Yeah. See, the backbone of my family, hell, that ain't no backbone. Let's be honest. Well, I'll probably say my mom. My mom was probably the best. Well, actually, no, my dad. My mom don't do shit. My mom don't do shit. My dad's the backbone of the family. Because I'm gonna tell you, like, when I say everybody is literally in their own world and their own circle, they're on their own. Like, I'm not close to anybody, unfortunately. As much as I would love to be, nobody's close to me except for my dad. That's it. I'm a daddy's girl, but outside of being with my dad, my brother don't talk to me. Sister-in-law don't talk to me. She ain't shit. I don't care about her anyway. In my opinion, she's an asshole. She's very fake. I don't do fake people. But my sister, on and off, she'll Facebook me, but we don't really talk as sisters. No, everybody's in their own little bubble, and it don't bother me. It used to bother me a lot growing up, in my 20s. But when I got in my 30s and I realized nobody gave a fuck about nobody but themselves, I said, cool, you are on your own. Don't call me. Don't ask me for shit. We good. Yeah, I can't stand fake people either, girl. They all over the place, everywhere in my family. It sucks too because they be the main niggas hollering, let's get together for the holidays and let's do this and let's do X, Y, and Z. And then you get there and then they're looking at you like you got shit on your face. And then they're like, oh, well, we just got this done. We just got this remodel. And then they don't even ask you about what the fuck you got going on. That's what they do. Especially my brother and them, they're the worst. My sister is not the type to brag. She don't brag about shit. But my brother and them, they brag. My brother is quiet, but my sister-in-law is the main one that brags. She's the one who runs her mouth, not my brother. She be the one on Facebook posting shit. This is what the kids did. I'm so proud of my son. I'm so proud of my daughter. Blah 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 blah. We're going on another cruise to the Bahamas. Yeah, that's them. That's them. You're the youngest girl, but my brother is the youngest overall. Oh wow. How many siblings you got? You sound like you got a big family. It's just me, my brother, and my sister. I'm the youngest, my sister's the middle child, and my brother's the oldest, and he's damn near 50. Old as fuck. That's my uncle and his kids. Yeah, man, you'd be surprised. These niggeros out here be trying to show stop and stunt on motherfuckers in the family and then be the main one suffering in silence. Because I'm going to tell you, judging from experience, from what I've been seeing in my own family, I honestly don't think my brother is happy. I really don't. Because I could tell his wife gets on his nerves because of every little thing that she does. But does he say anything? No. He's quiet. We'll never know. Hell, to be honest, if they were to ever split up, God forbid, and get divorced, we would never know. Because they don't say shit. They stay silent. We don't hear nothing about nothing unless they call and say one of the kids is sick. We don't know shit what's going on. They mind their business and they don't say shit. Four sisters and one brother, with two of the sisters being deceased. Oh wow, you had a very big family. Damn, it's like five of y'all. Shit. Well, with you included, it would be six. Wow. Damn. Yeah, it is crazy. You'd be surprised, child. If you were to sit at the dinner table with my family, you would feel every bit of the awkwardness at the table. Is that bad? Like when I say nobody talks. And if they do talk, they're just talking about, whatever, they got going on as far as like, oh, the town is getting this and the town is getting that, blah, 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 blah. But nothing like what do you have going on or what you got going on? No, it's always about me, 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 and nobody else. And that's why I don't say nothing to nobody. Because it's the same bullshit every year. Every holiday is the same shit. Nobody says nothing to me. I say something to people, but no one has a conversation with me. Nobody asks me what I'm doing. Nobody asks me how I'm doing. Nobody asks me what I got going on. Nothing. But then they expect me to keep flying out there all the way to fucking Texas to sit at a dinner table where nobody talks to me. No, I'm not gonna keep doing that. I'm not doing it. No. But one sister on the father's side, yeah, haters. Exactly. Okay, so you got a half sister. Oh damn. I can't imagine what that's like. Are you close to the sister on the father's side? I'm curious. Yeah, they're very much hateful. The only one I will say that is not a hater in my opinion is probably my future brother-in-law, my sister's man, the SA in the family. His name is Pablo. He is the only one out of that whole entire fucking family that actually sits down and talks to me at the table. Last year when we sat down and we talked, he was the only one that was actually interested and gave a fuck about what the fuck I had going on. He's quiet, but he loves talking to me for some odd reason. I don't know why, but he loves talking to me. That is the only person that makes conversation, and he's from Mexico. He don't even have papers, and the motherfucker talks to me. So somebody that don't have papers and talk to me, that should tell you something about your own family that don't say shit to you. But the one that don't have papers is not blood related to you talks to you. Like make it make sense. And I think he only talks to me because he knows that nobody talks to me and nobody gives a fuck. And he can see it, but he just doesn't say anything. She's the one we just buried in March. Oh, damn. I'm so sorry, Kita. Damn. Yeah, that's tough. But yeah, nobody in that funky ass family talks to me. Nobody. Mm-mm. When I try to have a conversation, this is how it goes. So, like, when I sat at the dinner table on Thanksgiving, because we always got together for Thanksgiving holiday, that's like the Christmas for Black people back home. Uh, I basically, what did I say? Oh, this is how I knew that they were hateful. So, when I rented that Corvette and I drove that Corvette home from the airport off of Turo, I played like it was mine. I acted like I had just bought it cash, $80,000, just fooling everybody. Why my sister in law, of all the people, walks in the door and says to my brother, his name is Rashad, I told Rashad, look, there goes Daphne's rental car. It's real nice and fancy. I said, how do you know it's a rental car? How do you know it's not mine? How do you know I don't have the pink slip? Did you drive down here? I said, yeah. She's like, nuh-uh. I said, yeah, huh? I did. She was like, oh, did you really get that car? And I was just like, no, it's a rental. Thanks a lot for not believing in me. But yeah, it's a rental. You're right. Because Daphne doesn't get good shit. Daphne is just another broke ass black bitch who doesn't get anything in the world. And then I walked away. That like Daphne is the broke ass loser of the family that nobody likes to be around. Let's just be honest. See, I'm the type of person that will burst your bubble. I'll just tell it to your face and let you know, like, you're a piece of shit in a nice way. It's okay because you never believed in me, and it's okay. It doesn't hurt my feelings. And do I give a fuck? No, I don't give a fuck. I only come here because my parents always tell me to come. If it weren't for my parents telling me to come or inviting me to come for holiday dinners, I would never be around none of you motherfuckers. That's the shit I really wanted to say. The shit that I really wanted to get off my chest and tell all the niggas right to their faces. The only reason I'm sitting at this fucking dinner table is because of mommy and daddy. If mommy and daddy were not here at this dinner table, I wouldn't be looking at none of you raggedy motherfuckers. That's me. But people think I'm the hater. What I got the hate for? I ain't got nothing to lose. I don't have nothing to my name. I'm not rich. I don't have a house. I have an apartment. Like, what do you have to hate on me for? That's my question. I'm not a homeowner. I'm a renter. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad you stated that to her. Me too, girl, because I was getting tired of her fucking attitude. Her attitude is shit. Like, it's really bad. And you can tell how sarcastic she is by the way she talks. That's why I don't like her. I never liked her in the beginning, and she knows I don't like her. When you know a motherfucker don't like you, oh, you'll know real fast. Fucking with me, you will know real quick. Silence is the best killer. Exactly. Facts. But you real and relatable. Yeah. Because what I got to lie for? I ain't got nothing to hide. I ain't got nothing to sugarcoat. I ain't got nothing to prove to nobody. I tried to be a part of the fucking family. But since nobody wanted to be a part of me, so I said, what's the fucking point of staying here? So that's why I made the big decision to move across country and say, fuck everybody. That's exactly why I left. Because I said to myself, this is going to be the first and last holiday dinner I go to around fake motherfuckers who genuinely don't give a fuck. And the one thing I did do before I left, I gave the children gifts. I gave my sister's kids some toys. One of them was like 4 years old, the other one's like 11. Just as a memory to say that Auntie Daphne actually gave a fuck about them and said that Auntie Daphne gave me gifts. But outside of giving my sister's kids gifts, I didn't do shit else. My brother's kids are grown, so who gives a fuck? My nephew is 18. My oldest niece is 23. So yeah, I never gave them shit. So, and even if I did, it probably wouldn't have been good enough for my sister in law, who's a hater and an asshole. People hate when you keep it real and down to earth. Yeah, you're right. You are right. They really do hate. It's sad too, because it's just like, for what? Y'all have everything. I have nothing. They're homeowners. All of them are homeowners. Matter of fact, my mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, they have their own fucking homes. But I'm the only one that doesn't have a home. Just rents every time. And they have all these fancy cars, all these fancy trips, all these fancy cruises, and they still hate on me. Why? I don't know. The only one that doesn't hate on me, honestly, is my future brother in law, Pablo, the one that doesn't have papers. That's the only one I can think of that does not hate on me. He is the only one that legit talks to me and asks me how I'm doing and what am I up to, if I've been in any more movies. Like, he's the only one that legit gave a fuck. Nobody else gave a fuck. Nobody. A home don't mean nothing, a work hard. Right. Facts. Yeah. And it's crazy too because the last thing I remember at that dinner table before I left, I remember my sister in law being very specific about um, a renovation or some sort. They had, I think they got their bathroom remodeled or something. She was bragging about it to my mom. Look, here are the pictures. Look what me and Rashad did. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. And my mom was like, "Oh, that's nice. That's pretty. Da 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 da. How much did that cost?" And she was like telling them the price and stuff. And she didn't show me the phone, but my mom showed me the phone. Look, isn't it nice? And I was like, "Yeah, it's all right." I was like, "It's all right. It's cool. Whatever. It's just some remodel of a bathroom. Like, what you do?" But yeah, like it's the littlest things that you would never think that you could tell. Like when people are just into themselves so much, they don't give a fuck about what you got going on. Honestly, they really don't care. Like the only conversation I had with my brother, the last time I seen him on Thanksgiving, he was like, "So you had any other movies recently?" No. Oh, okay. Like he will say two words to me. That's my brother, and that's it. No hi, how you doing? They hug on me being fake. Everyone hugs just to say that everyone's included and no one's left out. They do that all the time, but no one ever has a real conversation with me. No, nobody asks me about nothing, nothing at all, nothing at all. Not what I'm up to, who I'm with, nothing. No one says nothing. And this is when I knew the elephant was in the room on Thanksgiving. The elephant was in the room when I mentioned to everybody if they wanted to have the Corvette experience, they could ride with me just to see how a Corvette feels. Don't you know that none of them fucking jigaboos in that house said that they wanted to ride in the Corvette because they were that hateful that I could afford to rent a Corvette? And the Corvette wasn't much. It was only like $200 or $300 for like a day or two. That was it. But they were so hateful, nobody wanted to ride in the Corvette and have the Corvette experience. And I was being nice. I was being generous. I said, "You don't want to see how it feels?" "No, I don't like fast cars." That was what my sister in law said. Then my niece and my nephew, "I'm scared of fast cars. I don't want to get inside." I said, "It's not like I'm going to speed and kill you." I said, "I'm just simply going down the street. Nobody wants to ride." I said, "Okay, well, fuck it. I'm going to the store. I'll be back." And I left. I went to the corner store, got me a brew, sat at the store for a little bit and chilled. And then I just chilled in the car. I left for like a good 20, 30 minutes before I came back home. Because I was just like, fuck them. Nobody wants to ride with me. Nobody wants to do shit. So fuck them. Yeah, that was a very salty holiday. Very, very salty holiday. I'll never forget it. Now, when I go down to the country and I'm around my uncles and my other kinfolk, oh, they are nowhere near like my family. They are so chill, so down to earth, so real and relatable. They're just like me. They're the ones that just sit on the porch, watch the cars go by, talk shit, play spades, play dice, pop beers, smoke cigarettes. That's kinfolk in the country. But when it comes to my immediate family, nope. Just silence, dead silence in the room the whole time. No one says anything. People are just watching football, eating plates, stuffing themselves to death, falling asleep, watching football. That's all they do. Every holiday, I would go down there watching football, eating to death, and then like not making real conversation. Very boring. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Sorry you had that experience. No, it's okay. I'm okay because I've already told them if you want to see my black ass, you can get on a plane and see how it feels every time I get on a plane and go see you. And you can come visit me. You want to see me that bad? You get on a plane. I switched the roles and role reverse they asked. I said, "Oh, I'm not going on a plane. You can forget that shit. You want to see me? You get on a plane. See how it feels." I'm not doing that. I'm not wasting rent a car money every time I come home and then it's the same bullshit and then no one says anything. Like, no, I'm not continuing to do this silly shit. I'm not playing this game no more. Fuck you. I'm dead ass serious. I was like, fuck all y'all. I don't care. I told my uncle I love him. He told me thank you. What? He just said thank you and you said you love him? That's wrong. Wow, I'm sorry that happened to you, Keita. That's just sarcastic. If you tell somebody thank you and you don't say I love you in return, you're a sarcastic motherfucker. You got some fucking nerve. Wow. I would have been like, fuck you. Don't tell me thank you. Say you love me back, bitch. The fuck? Who do you think I am? He talking to you like you was a nigga on the street. See, that's that bullshit I don't like. See, that's what I'm talking about. Prime example. But what put the icing on the cake for me? What did it for me? Call me wrong, or say if I'm doing too much, or if I'm putting too much emphasis on it. But what put the icing on the cake for me that last holiday that I went to last year was when my sister-in-law, who does not like me for shit, I can tell you right now, she does not care for me, had the nerve to say, "Hey, Daphne, get in the family picture." I said, "Who, me?" "Yeah, let's get a picture." I said, "With who?" Because none of you motherfuckers take a picture with me every year I come here. With who? I'm looking at her like, with who? None of y'all take a picture with me, ever. This is a first. And I'm thinking she wanted to take a picture with her and the kids, or my sister and the kids, or whatever. No. You know what she did? She had me take a picture with my brother and my father. The most awkwardest shit ever in my life. I said, "Why am I taking a picture with my brother and my father? This is weird." I said, I love my father to death and I love my brother, but we don't talk. So why are you making me take a picture with him and my dad? This is weird. If you really wanted to take a real family picture, you would take the whole family with my mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, and the kids. If you really wanted to do a family photo, not just my brother and my father. That's weird as shit to me. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that's weird? Him and his kids stuck up. Oh, I believe it. He got to stick up his ass too. He sounded like it when he told you thank you after you said you love him. Yeah, he was definitely an asshole with a stick up his ass. I could tell. He sounded like he one of them bougie Negroes that look down upon the poor and think they're peasants and shit. Yeah, it's very weird. That's what I said. I said the next time you decide to take a photo and you want a family photo, maybe you should include the children. Maybe you should include the sister. Hell, maybe you should include my mother. Oh, but wait, it gets better. See, my mom is not the photo type. My mom don't like photos. She'd be like, "Don't, I don't want to be in nobody's photo. Don't be putting my photo on Facebook. I don't want my picture on Facebook." That's my mom. 24/7. She don't want her picture on Facebook, so she never takes pictures. And then the only ones that do take pictures is my sister and her man and the kids. My sister loves taking pictures, but you think my sister would ask me, her own blood sister, to take a picture? No. So that should tell you something right there. Fucking weird ass fucking family. Yeah, like, nah, none of them. And that was the first time my sister in law, the one that can't stand my black ass for shit, asked to take a picture with me, my brother, and my dad. The weirdest family photo of all. Weirdest family photo. And I think the only reason she did that is because I think her and my brother felt guilty. And I'm going to tell you why. So before I left, right, she needs to mind her own business. Exactly. Before I left Texas, right before the holidays popped up, I think it was like maybe back in October timeframe, somewhere around there, September timeframe, right before Thanksgiving. My brother texted me and he said, "Hey sis, me and dad might be in town up in Dallas," when I was living in Dallas at the time. "And we're gonna stop at Junebug's barbecue joint, some kinfolk of ours. I don't know whose barbecue place it was, somewhere in the hood of Fort Worth." And then he said, "If you want, you could join us, for lunch when we get down there." I said, "Okay, just let me know." So then the next morning, I texted him when I woke up and I said, "Oh, I totally forgot I'm donating plasma today." I said, "But I can meet you. I mean, if you want, since I'm donating plasma today and it's a Friday, I said, you guys are more than welcome to stop by the house because I'm not going to be able to drive that far." I said, I realized when I looked at the barbecue place, Fort Worth is a good drive from Dallas. It's like 45 minutes to an hour outside of the city. I said, since I can't drive that far once I do this plasma draw, 'cause I used to donate plasma all the time when I lived in Dallas. I said, y'all can come, by the apartment. Y'all are more than welcome to come by. I shared my address with him and everything. He said, okay, I'll let you know. Crickets. I heard nothing from my brother the whole entire day. I didn't hear nothing from him the day that he was supposed to bring my dad with him to the barbecue place that he invited me to. So I assumed the niggas didn't show. So then my brother texted me that following day and said, hey, sis, I'm sorry me and dad couldn't make it. He was too tired to go anywhere, so we stayed back. So I'm assuming, okay, they didn't come all the way to Dallas from Houston because, see, my brother and his wife and the kids, they lived in Houston. And that's a good drive from Dallas. That's like 4 hours to Dallas. So I wasn't surprised when he told me they weren't able to make it because my dad was too tired or he wasn't feeling well or something. So I said, fuck it. I'm driving to the country since my brother is not coming to town like he originally said that he was going to do. And when I drove to the country that same day, my brother texted me that he wasn't able to come because of my dad being tired. Why? I was sitting on the porch with my uncle, the one named Herbert Lee that I told you about that likes to pop the cigarettes and shit. Why my uncle said, hey, niece, uh, I seen Rashad, your brother, went to some fancy barbecue spot the other day. I said, what? What are you talking about? I said, how did you know they were going to the barbecue spot? I said, I thought he wasn't coming. He said, oh, he posted it on Facebook. Look. Showed me the Facebook, and lo and behold, it was my brother and my dad sitting at the barbecue place eating barbecue in Fort Worth, the place that he invited me to, that he did not tell me that he was not coming, and then turned around and posted the pictures with him and my dad. Do you know how much that broke my heart? Like, do you know how much that crushed me to know that my brother drove 4 fucking hours from Houston to Dallas with an additional hour to pick up my dad from my hometown where I'm from, and drove 4 hours all the way to fuck back without even telling me that he was in town. Like, just imagine how I was feeling knowing that that was the one chance I could have seen him and actually sat down with them and had a good time, but he decided not to call me nor text me and let him know that he was in town, but said sorry he couldn't make it. Dad was too tired, so we stayed home, played like he never came, but he did go. You know how fucked up that is? Yeah. Oh yeah, that was very fucked up. It crushed me a lot. I said, I got you. And that's when I said, you know what? No more Mr. Nice Guy. You will get no more Mr. Nice Guy. Now you gonna get full blown nigga out of me. Because when I said I was done, Keita, girl, I was done. That struck a chord with me because he knew how important that was to me. He knew how close me and my dad are, and I'm just like, why wouldn't you just call me, nigga? The least you could have done was call me and let me know, like, hey, we're here. Are you busy or whatever? He was only 45 minutes away from my apartment. He was just on the south side of Dallas. I was north of Dallas. And instead of driving the extra 45 minutes since he was already there, he just drove all the way to fuck back. That's crazy. No, it's all, yeah, it's all good. It's all good because I know one thing. Baby, you will not see my black ass for a hot minute because of that. You will not see me for a very long time. I already told myself, if you want to see me, you fly out here. Otherwise, you're not going to see me. You're not. And I already told my parents, I said, you want to see me? You can fly. You're more than welcome to visit. I'm not flying down there. I'm not going to continue to spend thousands of fucking dollars for unappreciative motherfuckers who don't care to be around me. What's the point? Nobody cares. That's exactly why the dummy wanted the picture taken. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Because she knew how bad that was. It's crazy and it's very sad. You see why I don't fuck with none of them. You see why I say to myself, I never talk about them. I wish them well. I wish them all the best. I have no ill will towards any of them. I love all of them to death. I love my nieces. I love my nephew. But it's very sad when you're so broken and you're just so far apart and you don't even try to communicate with somebody. It's just awful. It's like, what do you say to that? They're lost because you're super cool. Oh, thank you, Keita. I try to be. I try to be. And that's why I moved to Virginia. I honestly moved here because I said, why should I stay here when nobody gives a fuck? What's the point? I'm not missing nothing. I'm not losing no sleep over these niggas. I said, I'm just going to up and leave and start my life over in a whole other place. But I was very strategic before I moved here. I honestly was going to move to Charlotte, North Carolina first. But since I couldn't find any jobs out there and it was so hard at the time, shit, Virginia was calling my name. Post office hit me up. All types of people hit me up. And I chose the post office. I said, fuck it, I'm gone. And I just silently went and made my escape. The first thing I did, I called the car auto people and shipped my car. And after I shipped my vehicle, got me a flight, flew straight out here to go to the post office when I first moved out here. And then I flew back to Texas to get my household goods like a month later. But yeah, I said, what's the point of moving? I mean, what's the point of staying when nobody gives a fuck? Nobody cares. No, everyone's fake, and no one talks. Yeah, I'll send you a card. Look, I'll send you a postcard in the mail, but that's as good as it's gonna get if you get that from my black ass. You're proud of me? Thank you, Keita. I'm proud of myself too because for a very long time I told myself I was gonna up and leave Texas, but I didn't know where I was gonna go. Because I don't have any family out here. Like people don't realize I don't have nobody out here. All my family is legit Texas. That's it. All of them. And most of them on my dad's side of the family is California. But outside of Texas and California, I ain't got no family members out here. And the only reason, like I said, I chose Virginia is because of the job opportunity. And I knew that I had a connection here with friends that are already here, that are very close to me. And I thank God. I got my homeboy Smitty over here. I got my homegirl over here. I thank God that they're here. Because if it wasn't for them, whoo, oh man, I would be in a world of trouble. They're legit like family. I'm so serious. My homegirl is so sweet. I'm gonna tell you how cool she is. I've been knowing her since like 2019. We met in the call center, and we talked for a very long time over the phone, even FaceTime each other. But we never ever hung out or met each other in person. We're kind of like pen pals while I was living in Texas before I moved out here. So then we was talking, and she was like, I mean, shit, if you want, fuck it, move out here and just start over and call it a day. She said, at least we can get to hang out or whatever if you decide to move over here. I said, you know what? That's not a bad idea. She kind of convinced me along with my homeboy because my homeboy told me about the jobs out here because he said there's plenty of government jobs, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, I come out here when I had my surgery about a month ago, or 2 months ago, actually, back in May. My homegirl was so nice. She was the one who took me to the VA hospital to make sure I got that surgery done and took me home to make sure I was safe and sound. And I didn't even have to ask her. She told me, I'm going to make sure you get to the hospital. Just let me know what time it is. Let me know what day it is. And I'll make sure that I don't have anything going on. I'll let you know. And I said, okay, cool. And she showed up here at my door bright and early, all the way from uh, a town called Lynchburg, which is like 2.5 hours away, just to make sure I was safe and sound. I had my surgery that day. She drove 2 hours, 2 hours just to make sure I had that surgery. Yeah, that's love, right? My uncle didn't tell me he loved me back, went home and suffered a heart attack but lived. I was like, at least I told him I love him. Oh shit. Yeah, that's crazy. And I hate to say it, but I think that heart attack was his karma. I ain't trying to laugh, but I think that heart attack was his karma for not saying he loved you back. But yeah, that is insane. That's insane. Oh my god. Yeah, that's scary. Yeah, that's very scary. But yeah, if it wasn't for my homegirl being out here and my homeboy being out here that I've been knowing for years, I've been knowing him since like 2012, 2011, since we were stationed in the military together. We've been knowing each other for over 15 years. And you know what the crazy part is, Keita? I ain't seen my homeboy since I got out the military. This is the first time we saw each other since we've been out the military together. And the first time we linked up, I think we went to Texas Roadhouse. I can't remember. We sat in Texas Roadhouse all night until they closed. We were just catching up on life, talking about our lives and everything. It felt good. It felt like old times all over again. But yeah, I was so glad I moved here because I was just like, this was the best decision I've ever made. It was rough. It was rough in the beginning, but I felt so at home when I got here. I'm so serious. If it wasn't for my homeboy Smitty and my homegirl, man, I wouldn't know what to do. I'm just glad I know somebody out here. I'm so glad I know somebody. I'm so serious. Yes. I told my family I'm done with him. I don't blame you. I would be too. Cause nigga, how you gonna be kin to me and not say you love me back? What kind of person are you? The fuck? Like I don't understand that about people. Like people got problems, you know what I mean? Like you gotta be twisted or something up here not to reply back with I love you too. That's just fucked up, you know? It's sad. But yeah, I was so thankful. And when I met my homegirl for the first time in person, the one that took me to the hospital, we met up for the first time, I want to say like back in March time frame ish when I first got here. And we hung out at the mall and everything. We drove all the way up to Potomac Mills, which is like about 2 hours from here, next to Maryland. And we had a good time. We was chilling with the Cheesecake Factory and everything. Very, very cool. She's very down to earth, just like me. Very cool, very mellow, real chill. And she's married. That's the crazy part. She got a whole nigga and still hung out with me. Like, you would think, her being married, she wouldn't hang out with me. But yeah, she got a whole ass nigga at home and still hung out with me. Go figure. Because I'm always used to the ones that are married and they don't hang out with me because I'm the single one. They think that I want they man and shit. She ain't like that at all. But yeah, it's crazy. It's so crazy how you meet up with people that you've been talking to for such a long time and you're like practically family and you're so close to them. But then the ones you grew up with don't give a flying fuck. And they've been knowing you your whole life and still don't give a damn. It's sad. It's very sad. Very, very sad. He's always been my favorite uncle. Aww. See, and that's the thing I never understood. Like, even favorites. Hell, I don't even talk to them motherfuckers no more. I love my uncles, but we don't have no conversations. We don't talk on the phone. They're too busy getting drunk. And I understand they're functioning alcoholics, but they rather drink and smoke, their weeds and tweeds and God knows what else they do in the country, and that's it. But yeah, I don't hear from nobody back home. Nobody. The only person I hear from time to time that actually will give a fuck and will call me to make sure I'm still alive is my father, my dad. But outside of my dad, no, nobody calls me. My mom called me like twice when I first got here. The first time to make sure that I was okay before I had told them I actually relocated and moved. I waited. I waited until like February, March timeframe and told them I relocated and moved. They were shocked, but they were like, oh, wow, congratulations. What are you doing? That's cool. it was a very dry, bitter moment with my parents. My dad was excited for me because he's always rooting for me, but my mom, nah, very dry, very bitter. Never appreciated shit I did. It's very sad, but it's true. See, my mom and my sister are like two peas in a pod. They're like best friends. She's really close with my sister. They do everything together. But me, on the other hand, I'm just the third wheel. That's me, the third wheel. But she claims she happy for me, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it when I hear it. I'm just like, you're not happy. Just admit that you're salty and you're bitter because you wish you were in a better position and you're not. My dad has all the coins, you don't. And it's okay. Nobody's counting, nobody cares, but I feels like, I don't know, I just feel like she has an image to uphold as the wife, you know what I mean? But I'm just like, to each his own, to each his own. But yeah, ever since I moved here, I haven't heard an ounce from my sister. I haven't heard an ounce from my brother. Nobody. And that's how you know, like, family is legit fake. You did all that hooping and hollering at the table, taking pictures, and then you don't even call. Like, what the fuck? And see, I never had any favorites. See, I never had a favorite uncle. I never had a favorite aunt. Because my mom, she didn't have any sisters, but she had half sisters from her dad's side of the family. My grandpa was a Rolling Stone. Apparently, he had outside children during his marriage to my grandma. And I only met my mom's half sisters when I was a kid at my grandpa's funeral because I didn't even know who they were until my mom said something. I said, "Mom, who are they? They kind of look like our kinfolk. They look kind of like you." And she was just like, "Oh, those are your grandpa's daughters." I said, "Daughters? What?" When I found that out, I was like shocked. And I was young. I think I was like 10 years old when I found that out. No, not even 10. I want to say 14 years old, maybe 15 years old when I found out my grandpa was a Rolling Stone. Yeah, you find out a lot of family secrets at funerals. I've came to know that. You find out a lot of family secrets that they'll nobody tell you about. And I was just like, wow, what do my cousins look like? I'm curious. And I found one of them from one of the half daughters. She was on my Facebook, I think, or my Instagram. And she's thriving. She's doing good for herself. She's a photographer, apparently, for some big hotshot magazine or some shit in Houston. The other one is a brother of hers. I don't know what her brother does. I think her brother is a cop the last time I checked. I'm not too sure. But yeah, I just know that one of them is a hot shot photographer. The other one, I think, is a cop. And I don't know about the other lady's kids, but she got kids as well. But yeah, I was shocked. When I found that out when I was in middle school, I was just like, Grandpa had kids other than grandma? And my mom was like, shh, shut up, don't say anything. She was trying to shush me at the funeral. I was like, well, I didn't know. That was when my grandmother was still living. Yeah, grandpa was a Rolling Stone that had two outside kids that I know of. I don't know of any others. But it was crazy. But yeah, that's how secretive the family is. I never find out shit unless it's a funeral or if somebody's sick and on a deathbed. That's when I find out some shit about somebody. That's the only time I find out some news. It's really sad. It's very sad. Yeah, it's true. Oh, it's so true. And my grandma, when she was living, God rest her soul, she couldn't stand the lady that my grandpa had the children with. Her name was Gertrude, I think. Oh, some old black biddy out of Houston in the hood. She could not stand Gertrude. She said, I'm gonna whoop that bitch's ass if I ever see her again around my man. That's my man. My grandma did not give a fuck. She was so unfiltered. She will cuss you out like it's nobody's business. Like she was just like cussing motherfucker. Like my grandma was so real. She did not care who she was around. She was always cussing out somebody's ass. It was so funny. I miss her to this day. But Gertrude's or some hoes. really are. It's always some old black woman in the country somewhere or in the projects being messing with somebody's married ass husband. And she knew my grandpa was married. She didn't give a fuck. And I asked my mom, I said, when exactly did this happen? She was like, oh, he messed with her in the 60s. I was like, oh, oh, you had one too? Yeah, I don't know what it is about them old biddies with them old slave names like Gertrude and Willie Mae, just all types of fucked up names. Lula Mae. My grandmother's name was Millie Mae Mahon. Country ass black name. You could tell she was from the South because of the name. And my grandpa's name was Aaron Mahon. I don't think he had a middle name. I never heard anybody say a middle name for him. But yeah, it's crazy. We got an Aaron Senior, we have an Aaron Junior, and we have an Aaron the Third apparently in the family. Yeah, it's a lot of Aarons in the families, which is so weird to me. And it's not spelled like the traditional Aaron. It's like A. No, it's not AA. It's just one Aron. It's very weird. My mother was Eunice May. Oh, that's cute. You want to know what my mother's name was or is because she's still living? Marilyn Jean. Ugh, Marilyn Jean. Yeah, very country name. My dad's name is Gerald Claude. Ugh. And I, on the other hand, fun fact, I don't have a middle name. Haha. You know why? My mom said my name alone was too long. And I said, my name is not that long. It's only 8 letters. She was like, well, I was going to give you Renee, but I felt like it was just going to be too long. So we just stopped at Daphne. You'd be surprised how many times I got teased in school for not having a middle name. Nobody believed me until I showed them my stuff. And they were like, oh, wow, you really don't have a middle name for real? That's weird. Ew, you're weird. You don't have a middle name. Nah, 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 nah. I got teased a lot just for not having a middle name. My sister's name is Jamila K. Kay, like the white people. Yeah, my mom was lazy with names, unfortunately. My brother doesn't have a middle name. His name is just Rashad. Rashad. Mine is Yvette. Oh, that's cute. I like that. I like the way it's spelled. Normally it's spelled with the Y and then the Vette. That's a unique spelling. That's kind of like my name. My name is spelled Daphanie. Everyone always spells my name wrong. I'm not surprised. They always put like Dafney or they'll put like Daphne. I get it all the time. And then I hear that stupid joke, oh, like Daphne, like Scooby Doo. Oh, I love that name. That's so cool. I don't know too many people with that name. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, white folks get excited when they hear Daphne for some reason. I don't know why, but I'm just like, it's not cute. It's let's just be honest, it's not cute. Yeah, but yeah, the kinfolk they all got fucked up names. Like my aunties that are on my grandpa's side of the family. Oh, they got them old slave names. Willie Mae. Uh, let's see, Mabel Dean. She's still living. That's the only one that's still living on my grandma's side. She's about 87 years old. She ought to be close to 90 now. Yeah, Mabel Dean Carruthers. Country ass backwoods name. That's a fucked up name to have. And then we have, let's see, Mabel Dean, Joy Dell. That's a cousin of mine. Um, who else got a messed up name in the family? Shirlene, Merlene. Yeah, those are fucked up names. White people always tried to crack jokes. I used to treat them. Oh wow, that's funny. They try to crack jokes about your name, Yvette. Yvette's a cute name. I always thought Yvette was a pretty name. I wouldn't mind having a name like Yvette. It's better than Daphne. Be glad you don't have Daphne. Daphne. You know how many times people mess up my name and fuck it up? They say like Daphne, Delphina. I get them all. No one says my name correctly. And it's because it's how it's spelled. I'll put it in the chat just in case you don't know how to spell it. But yeah, it's like 8 letters long. It's a very unique spelling, but because nobody knows how to properly say it, it's because of the way it's spelled. It will throw you off. But the correct pronunciation of my name is not Daphne. I just let people say Daphne. I don't care. The correct pronunciation, according to my mother, is Daphne. It's 3 syllables. So whenever she would get mad, this is why I never correct people. She would always yell, Daphne, get in here. That's why I can't stand my name. She would always yell my name. I couldn't stand it. I want to change my name so bad. I really do. But then I don't want to have to change my whole identity either. It's a hassle. I just stuck with it and just said, fuck it. I just stick with it. But yeah, everybody got some crazy names. You love my name? Oh, thank you, Keita. I appreciate it. I love your name too. I think Yvette is such a cute name. But yeah, I never cared for my name. I couldn't stand it. I got bullied so much because of it. My name. I got bullied because I didn't have a middle name. I got bullied because of the way I looked, my freckles, my glasses. I got called four eyes, bug eyes. I've gotten called so many bad names by so many mean ass white kids. It's not even funny. And then the nigga kids didn't make it no better. The black kids were worse. They were some real assholes when I got into like high school. Oh God, can you imagine the shit I've been through? People would always make fun of me, call me big nose. Oh my God, it was horrible, horrible, horrible. That's why I fucking hated school. I hated that town most of the time. My name is Nikita. I thought your name was Yvette. What the hell? Or is Yvette your middle name? I like Nikita. That's cute. And white people used to ask me if I was Russian, and I used to curse them because Nikita is a Russian name. Damn. But I think that's cute. Nikita Yvette. That's cute. I like that. Middle name's Yvette. Okay, that makes sense. I think that's a cute name. It's unique. It's very different. You don't hear too many people, especially black people, with Nikita. I think that's cute. I like it. It's very, very unique. Versus my name, Daphne Brown, with no middle name. Like, bitch, you could have gave me Renee. Let's be honest. You could have gave me Renee, but you were so lazy. You said, nah, it's long enough. We're not gonna give her Renee. We're just gonna keep it Daphne. Just like my brother Rashad. Oh, we're not gonna give him no middle name. That's long enough. We're just gonna give him Rashad. Makes no sense at all. It's a Russian name, but that was being prejudiced. Oh, oh, wow. Oh, see, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's a different story. If somebody being prejudiced towards you because of your name, then yeah, that's fucked up. And why would they think you was Russian anyway? Like, no, nigga, you don't look Russian. I used to be like, motherfucker, do I look Russian? You black, obviously. Like, God, people are such assholes. 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 I never understood that. And they always thought my sister was a Muslim because of her name. Her name is Jamila. Jamila. They would always fuck up her name too. They would be like, the white folks would call her Jamila, Jamilia, Jamilia. Does it look like Jamilia? I'll put the name of her name in there in the chat. It's Jamela. And they would fuck up her name and call her all types of other names that weren't even her name. And the name Renee is ugly. I agree. I agree. Yeah, Daphne Renee doesn't sound too typical. It doesn't sound like the dream name I would want to have. Hell, Daphne alone, I don't care for. I don't like my name. I told you I wanted to change my name a long time ago. I don't feel like going through the process of changing my whole identity. If it were up to me, if I were to actually change my name, I would probably say, like, I don't know. I would definitely say something other than a D, like Nicole, maybe. Nicole, or maybe like Aaliyah, because I love Aaliyah. I would love to have the name Aaliyah. Ever since Aaliyah, God rest her soul, passed away, the singer, I was in love with Aaliyah. That was like my role model. But yeah, if it's not like something cute like Nicole or Aaliyah or some shit like that, I don't care. I hate my name. My sister that passed middle name was Renee, and she hated it. Aw. Courtney fits you? No, no, baby, no, no, Courtney. Nope. Courtney is not the right name for me. I'm gonna tell you why. Courtney is a horrible name because I had a friend named Courtney who was not a real friend, first of all, a very big narcissist who I eventually found out later. And she was very bipolar. She was very jealous of me. Don't know why, because I didn't have shit to my name anyway. Like, bitch, you live in a projects with your mama. Like, why are you jealous of me? And she was a single parent. Oh no, it's okay. Don't be sorry. No, it's okay. It's fine. I'm just telling you the reason why I don't like Courtney because of that bitch. Courtney was the this big ass 300-400 pound black chick in the projects, and is it the one from the clubs? Is that the one from the clubs? No, 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 no. We never went to clubs. That was the crazy part. We only went to like karaoke bars and like bars. We never went to clubs. No. No, she was the chick I had met in Austin years ago when I first got out the military. And I met her through security work of all places. I met her working security. And I met her through her stepdad, who was very awkward. Now, he was a sweet guy. I loved her stepdad. He was cool as hell. He was nothing like her. And her stepdad even told me, be careful with her because she is a little loony up here and she's very jealous of her friends. Now, if your stepfather is telling somebody that he don't even know to be leery of his stepdaughter because she's so loony up here, yeah, that should tell you something. I kind of knew she had some red flags going with her. But yeah, yeah, whoa, exactly. He didn't know me from a can of paint, and he already gave me warnings. He was like, Courtney is a sweet girl, but she's very jealous of her friends. I'm just gonna let you know it flat out right now. He said she's very jealous of her friends. I was like, what? Excuse me? He was like, yeah, don't be surprised if she gets mad at you. I was like, what? Like this man was literally telling me all this girl's business, and I didn't even know her from a can of Adam. I didn't know her from a can of paint. And he already told me all her business. But he introduced me to her. Like, why would you introduce me to your stepdaughter knowing that she has all these red flags and she's bipolar and crazy? Like, why? Why would you do that? To make her have a friend? The fuck? So anyway, after we worked security, we quit our jobs or whatever. We ended up working in a call center together for a little bit. I started hanging out with her. I was young. I was in my mid 20s. This is when I first got out the army. I think I was like 24, maybe 25 when I first met her. And she was cool or whatever. But this is when I knew she was a cuckoo. When I started seeing the signs, what her stepfather was telling me about, I said, "Oh, I see what he's talking about now." Her moods would change. She had very horrible mood swings. So like 1 minute she was happy, the next minute she was sad. 1 minute she was happy, the next minute she was sad. She was one of those yo-yo type motherfuckers. She would go from happy to 0 to 100 and then happy again. Like I don't know what her deal was up here, but whatever medication she was on, I think she was taking lithium at one point. She was Looney Tune. She was batshit crazy. Yeah, she was bipolar. She admitted she was bipolar, and her stepfather admitted she was bipolar too. But I didn't think she was that bad either. When I started hanging around her, this is how I knew she had a problem. She was not only bipolar, but she had a very severe sex addiction. I hate to say it, but she was one of them girls that was outside on dating apps with strange men's that she didn't know from Adam, that she would literally meet within like a couple of days, not even a week. Not even 2 weeks, not even a month, hell. And she would be sexing them in her mommy and daddy's house in the projects. And I told her, girl, are you nuts? I said, you better be careful with these strange niggas where they choke you out and strangle you because you don't know these niggas from Adam. Your son is in the back. And like, here's her bedroom door on one side. Here's her son's bedroom door on the other side. And she would be inviting strange men into her mama and daddy's house late at night. I'm talking like midnight, 10 o'clock at night, sneaking them in and sexing. And that's how I knew this bitch is crazy. This bitch got problems. I've never, and I mean never, ever been around somebody that cuckoo until I met her. Yeah, very wild. Like she was out of there. And I said, how do you feel so comfortable letting strange men's mess with you in your mama's house in the projects of all places? And then your son is right there. What the fuck? Oh, he's at my auntie's house. He's okay. She would drop her son off at her auntie's house, which was another project. Like all these niggas lived in the projects. I swear to God that she was related to. And if he wasn't at the projects, he was with his dad because she would co-parent with the baby daddy who was a big ass fat white man, about 400 pounds. But yeah, she would legit drop her kid off to start, sexing with different men's from the internet. I said, this is crazy. Very sick. Very sick. Very sick. And I'll never forget the time that she invited two of the guys that she knew. I don't know how she knew them, but she invited them over to my apartment when I first got my apartment. I'll never forget. And this bitch was trying to have a whole orgy party. I said, bitch, I'm not doing that. I said, you can do that. I am not that type of person. I said, we are just chilling. I'm not into all that. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do with your little man friend. I'm sitting here chilling, drinking a brew, watching TV with your little man friends. Yes, she did. The girl was crazy. She was just like, let's invite some guys over and have a little get together, see how it goes. While she was in the back with her little man friend, God knows where she met that Negro from, they was sexing in the back of my apartment on the floor. That's how dirty she was. She was having sex on the floor. Okay? Just so disrespectful. When I first got my apartment, and me and the other guy were talking, I was just like, are they having sex in my bedroom? What the fuck? And he was like, yeah, I think she is. He's like, I'm going to leave. I was like, yeah, I think that's a good idea. He got so turned off. The man friend that was talking to me, he upped and left because of the guy that she was with, that she was sexing with, making noises in the back. And we were just going to kick it and have a good time, but they were sexing and we were just talking. I was just like, yeah, it ain't that type of party, bro. I was just like, y'all got to go. I ended up kicking them the fuck out of my apartment. I was just like, I don't know what y'all got going on, but y'all got to get the fuck out. No morals at all. Just too disrespectful. And I had just met that girl, and she over there trying to have house parties and shit, sexing strange men in my apartment. I said, we're not about to do this shit. I don't know you from Adam. You're not about to keep fucking up my home because you want to fuck with damn everybody in the whole goddamn city of Austin. I am not that type of person, baby. It ain't that type of party. I let her know real quick. I was just like, yeah, y'all got to go. I played dumb like I live with my auntie. I said, my auntie coming home. She got to get off of work. Y'all got to go. It's after 10 o'clock. Y'all got to go. Y'all got to get the fuck out of my apartment. And ever since then, I didn't talk to her for like maybe a month or so. Then she apologized because she knew she was wrong. She fucked up and she was rude as fuck about it. And then after she apologized, she kept hanging out with me eventually after that. But I didn't let her come back over my apartment after that either. I was just like, you ain't coming back over here with that bullshit. We ain't doing no more niggas over here at my apartment. Nope. Mm-mm. You keep that shit over there in the hood. You keep hood activities in the hood. This is white people shit over here. You ain't gonna fuck up my shit. Mm-mm. Nope. I don't know them from Adam. I barely know yo ass. And you over here just sexing in somebody's room? Fucking sick. Yeah. And then when we hung out for a little bit or whatever, yeah, she was crazy. She's batshit crazy. That's when I started seeing the signs that her stepfather was talking about when she was so jealous of me and just so bitter. Every time I had good news to share and doing good things, she would not get excited for me. She would just shut down and like go to her room or whatever. I was just like, this bitch is crazy. And her own mother said it. Her own mother was like, she's just jealous. I don't know why she's like this, but she's just jealous. She does this all the time with her friends. And I was just like, well, she needs to talk to somebody because her brain is not screwed on right. So I'm not going to continue to hang out with her if she continues acting this way because that is not a real friend. I'm sorry. This is not a real friend. So then I eventually cut her off. And this is what made me cut her off. It wasn't her sexing, it wasn't her crazy jealousy of me. It was the fact that she was money hungry. She would be the type of nigga that'd be like, "Hey, let me hold $20 for gas. I'll pay you back on my next check." Okay, whatever. It didn't bother me. But when she kept doing it every other pay period, knowing when I got paid, she thought she was slick. She would get $20 from me and probably like $20 from a nigga she was messing with, and God knows who else she was getting from. And she kept using me. And I said, wait a minute, hold on, bitch. I said, it's one thing to ask me for gas money, but when you ask me for more shit, nah, I got a problem with that. See, I was the type of person that was too nice, and I didn't mind giving out money, but it was just like little things like $20 here or $40 here. She would pay me back. But what pissed me off about that girl was when she borrowed like $300 one time from me and never paid me back. I said, "Oh hell no, I can't do it." And I think she borrowed it for like a car part, quote unquote, that she had to fix. That girl ain't had shit wrong with her car. That bitch was driving in the hood with a perfectly good car and no issues. And once I seen that shit and I seen the fucking bullshit I was dealing with, I said, "Oh, this bitch using me. Oh no, fuck no." And then whenever we went out to the karaoke bar, I was always the person buying the wings. I was always the person buying the drinks. She would never hardly pitch in any money. She would always act like she was fucking broke. This is why I don't do hood bitches now. If you are in the hood, no disrespect to the people that grew up in the projects, not everybody's like this. But when you have that hood bitch mentality of, oh, so and so got it, she gonna pay for all our drinks, she gonna pay for all our wings, da 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 da. No, I'm not. You're on your own. If you're broke, you stay the fuck broke. You get nothing out of my black ass. That's where we're at. And she was wrong for that shit. And her mama wasn't no better. I hate to say it. As sweet as her mama was a mass manipulator. She would always try to make me feel sorry for her by saying that her medicine costs so much and she can't afford to get groceries and all this other shit. I said, nigga, your husband has a whole job. What are you talking about? And you get Social Security. What are you doing with your money? I'm looking at her crazy, like, what are you doing with your money? Now, her mother never asked me for a thing. That was the crazy part. It was just her daughter. Her daughter was always asking me for shit. But her mother never asked me for shit. But I did give her mother, $20 here, $40 there for like gas and stuff. But that's it. But outside of that, once I seen the game and the bullshit they were playing, I immediately cut them off so quick. It wasn't even funny. And I'm gonna tell you what did it for me. What cut off our friendship was the fact that when I graduated college at Texas State, and this was like back in 2021 during the pandemic, child, that bitch showed up at my graduation a whole hour late, missed the whole entire ceremony, but she's yet supposed to be my best friend, quote unquote. And all my other friends at the time that I was dealing with showed up on time, but her. And then after we took pictures and everything, that bitch gonna sit up here and say, "Oh, I can't stay. I gotta get back and tend to mom. Mom is not feeling good. She has COVID." And I was like, "I thought you said you're gonna stay back and chill with us. What happened?" "I don't have any money. You girl, I can't get no room out here in San Antonio, blah 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 blah." I said, "Well, Miss Evelyn says she got you covered. She says she can cover you a room. It's not a problem." And she just acted like she just could not stay that one day to celebrate with me and this older black lady named Miss Evelyn that I used to work with in the call center. And she drove all the way back to Austin from San Marcos, which is like an hour and some change, just to say that she had to take care of her mom, quote unquote, that had COVID. What it was, the nigga that she was messing with at the time from online, because she always messed with strange men from dating apps, said she didn't have to come over tonight to his house because he was going to be busy or at work messing with some other hoe. And she got mad, so mad to the point where she said, I got to go home and take care of mom. No, you ain't getting no dick. So you and your feelings and you went home. Yeah, she was wrong for that shit. That's crazy. I'm from the projects and so-called friends try to use me. I know. It's sad, ain't it? People don't give a damn, girl. They don't care what you got going on. The minute they get a whiff of you having a little bit of change or they see you're doing well, quote unquote, in life, they think they can just get anything from you. And it's sad. But yeah, she drove all the way to fuck back to Austin during my graduation, after graduation was finished and took pictures, didn't bring nothing, by the way. Didn't bring a card, a gift card. The bitch was so sorry. She didn't bring nothing. I don't expect nothing from nobody. But it's the thought that counts. It would have been nice if she would have brought me a card or something. All the other friends that showed up brought me a card, a gift card. Oh, thank you. It was a long time ago, child. That was over 4 or 5 years ago. But it was just for my bachelor's degree. I got a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. It wasn't nothing fancy. But yeah, everybody else bought flowers, bought cards, gift cards. People cashed at me. She was the only nigga out of all the friends I knew that did not bother to get me a gift or nothing. So I got in my feelings about it. I was salty about it. I said, I appreciate you for driving up, but bitch, the least you could have did was give me a card. Like, you're sorry as shit. And ever since then, I said, we're done. I cut her off and I said, I'm not fucking with you no more. I said, you are just absolutely disrespectful as fuck. Bitch, the least you could have said is you didn't want to stay and not use your mom as a cop out or an excuse just to drive all the way back home either. If you didn't want to stay, that's all you had to say. You didn't want to stay. You ain't want to hurt my feelings. But I see what you about. And then I ended up blocking her, blocked her mama too, because her mama went off, went crazy. I don't know what her mama was going off on. I can't remember. But I told her stepdad, because I was the only normal person apparently in her family. I said, look, man, I said, I don't know what she got going on, but this is what happened. This is why I don't fuck with her no more. It was nice knowing you. I'm moving. I'm moving on with my life. Still a great accomplishment. Yeah, it is a great accomplishment. I agree. She was better off not showing up. Facts. Thank you. Because, bitch, you're already late. And the whole ceremony was over by the time you pulled up. You knew my ceremony was going to be at 5 o'clock. No, 6 o'clock. You didn't get there till fucking 7:30. 7:30, that hoe showed up. I said, bet. That's when I knew she was a piece of shit. And my homegirl, the white girl that I still kick it with, I still talk to from time to time. We used to work together at the military base in Austin. She was in the National Guard, and she's real cool, real down to earth. And she even told me out of her own mouth, I don't like your friend. She just gives me bad vibes. I don't like her energy. If a white bitch tells you that they don't like your black friend because of their energy and their vibes are off, you better listen to them, baby. They know. Or they read you like a book. And she was right. She has bad energy. She has bad vibes. And she's a hater. She's a very hateful person. Like she was purposely trying to diminish your success and ruin your special day. Yeah, pretty much. Everybody else showed up. Out of all those people that showed up to my graduation, my white friend, who still talks to me to this day, was the only one who gave a fuck. Everybody else at the time, they did give a damn. I will give them that. But I no longer associate with them no more, no. the two black women that were there, one of them, Miss Evelyn, who I thought was a good friend, ended up turning to be shit. What happened with her when I moved to Dallas, I told Miss Evelyn I was coming to Dallas. And she told me to let her know because she will hook me up or help me out with a place. And I told her, well, I don't think I need a place, but if I do, I'll reach out to you or whatever. Did my parents attend? No, my parents did not attend. And the only reason my parents did not attend is because of COVID at the time, which was the excuse, of course. But um, they saw the virtual ceremony. Thank God my college recorded the whole thing virtually. So they saw it on YouTube. It's on YouTube to this day, I think. But yeah, my parents watched it on YouTube virtually since they weren't able to attend. And I wasn't mad that they didn't attend because it was about a good 2 hours away from where my college was at. So I wasn't expecting my parents to attend. And plus, like I said, at the time, COVID was still kind of bad at that time. So yeah, it wasn't a big deal. I wasn't tripping about it. But anyway, Miss Evelyn, the older black lady, who I thought was a good friend, ended up being an asshole. And I'm gonna tell you why. When I got to Dallas, I had a slumlord situation, right? And the apartment I got was not the apartment I expected. It was filled with roaches. They showed me a model apartment that was partially renovated. I get my apartment, it was not the same. And besides the roaches, I had black mold. I had a broken shower head. It was all fucked up. And yeah, Miss Evelyn, the slave name, another slave name, right? So yeah, I told Miss Evelyn, I said, Miss Evelyn, do you mind if I come spend a night with you for like a day or two and then I'll be out your hair? And she's like, yeah, baby, that's fine. That don't bother me at all. I said, I told her my slumlord situation. She said, oh, hell no. Girl, you better get the fuck out of there ASAP before you get roaches in your shit. I said, oh, don't worry, I'm working on it. And she told me to go to the courthouse and she told me exactly what to do. She was right. I went to the courthouse and I filed on them and told them to get out my lease and everything. And after I stayed with Miss Evelyn a couple of nights, I mean, she was cool. She didn't bother me or nothing. It was peaceful at her home. She has a very beautiful home in South Dallas. But when she found out that I got a hotel room after I stayed with her for like a night or two, she was banking on me to stay with her permanently because she wanted a cut from me. She found out that I was getting disability on top of my job. She was already calculating money in her head saying, well, you could just come over here and pay me rent and stay as long as you like. Put all your shit in storage, baby. You be fine just right here with me. I said, well, how much are we talking? Oh, the mortgage is like 1,600. All I would need is 800. I said, okay. I said, I would think about it, but I don't plan on staying here too long. Yes, she did. Oh, yeah, she was calculating numbers because what she was banking on, she automatically assumed because I had the roach issue going on with that slumlord apartment that I was just going to cower to her and crawl over to her household and start paying her rent and move in with all my shit and then stay with her permanently. And I wasn't going to do that. But she didn't know that. And she was like, why you pay them people all that money? I told you ain't had to pay them shit. Because I told her, I said, well, I can't afford to pay you right now, Miss Evelyn. I had to pay to get out of my lease. You don't understand. In the state of Texas, you can't just up and leave an apartment. You have to pay something before you leave. That's called breaking a lease. That's the point of breaking a fucking lease. So when I paid first and last month's rent, right, greed, exactly. She got so upset, girl. She got so mad at me when I paid that first and last month's rent. She was like, it's okay. You can still stay over here, baby. I still got room for you. Just on your next check or whatever. Just make sure when you got the money, just let me know. I said, okay. Well, when I dropped off my stuff and I told her I was coming to her house, she was at work and she left her garage open for me to go inside the garage. And I had my clothes in a couple of garbage bags. And all I had was just two garbage bags of clothes and like maybe a couple of things of like, my personal stuff, like my hygiene products, like in a duffel bag. That's all I had. I didn't have much. And a couple of groceries from my fridge, because I did have some groceries in my fridge at the time when I was living in a slumlord apartment. And I put all the rest of my stuff in storage while I was looking for a place, because I was not planning to stay with that old bat. I was not going to stay with Miss Evelyn. Because one, I didn't know how Miss Evelyn lived. Two, I've never been to Miss Evelyn's house. Three, I didn't know if Miss Evelyn was dirty or clean. And four, Miss Evelyn been alone for a very long time and she ain't got no man. So I don't know how this one was going to react with somebody in her house. You know what I mean? So anyway, when I get back after I dropped off my stuff at Miss Evelyn's house or whatever, and I went back to work or whatever, why I came back later that night after I finished with the movers, and this old biddy put all my stuff up without even telling me, and I didn't know where none of my shit was. Like when I say she put all my shit up, girl, I was so hot. I said, Miss Evelyn, where's my stuff? Like, where's my food? Where are my clothes? And she was like, oh, baby, you gotta look for shit. You gotta open up the cabinets and shit and start digging around this stuff in the cabinets and this stuff in the drawers. And I put your clothes in the garage because I don't want no roaches in my house. Without even telling me, this woman touched my stuff and put stuff everywhere. I said, oh, hell no. I said, I can't stay here. So I stepped outside when I realized she was not considerate of my belongings without even asking to touch my shit. Yes, she did, girl. She did. Yeah, she touched all my shit without even asking. I called my dad and I was like, Dad, look, I said, I hate to bother you, but I'm in a bind. I need your help. I said, I hate to bother you with this, but I said, can I at least get about 200 or 300 bucks until next paycheck? When I get my next paycheck, you will get the shit back. I promise. I said, I just need to get a hotel room for the night. I am not staying with this old biddy. This woman is crazy. She touched all my stuff without even asking me, and I don't feel safe. I don't feel comfortable with her. I need to get out of here. And he said, I got you. Don't worry about it. Go to Walmart in the morning. I'll wire the money in the morning. So, you know what I did? That same night, I dropped off my stuff and she pulled that stunt with putting all my stuff away without telling me. I waited till her black ass went to sleep. I gathered all my belongings and I put them in my car and I politely walked out of there while she was asleep and I locked the door behind me and I got the fuck out of there and I drove off. I drove off to a hotel in a town called Plano, Texas, which is like a good 45 minutes north of Dallas. It's far. And I found me like a little extended stay or some shit. And I stayed there for a couple of nights until I found me another apartment because I said, I am not staying with this old black biddy. She is crazy. I cannot deal with crazy. She is out of her everlasting mind. Now I see why she's alone. She was a very bossy, older lady, like in her mid 50s. She was very, very crazy. When I realized she was not the same Miss Evelyn that I knew from like 5 years ago, I said, I can't fuck with her. I cannot live with somebody that does this. I said, I can't do it. Child, when I picked up that money the next morning from my dad, why that man send me $2,500? I only asked that man for $300. That's how you know my dad loved me. I said, Dad, why'd you send so much money? I only asked you $300. What the fuck? He said, no, I want to make sure you got enough to make sure you stay in the hotel until you get your nice apartment. I said, okay, all right. So he gave me enough money to stay in a hotel for a week. And I stayed at the Hampton Inn for like a week and a half until I got my next apartment. And then, boom, found me a whole brand new apartment far away from Dallas. I think it was like 25, 30 minutes north of Dallas in a town called Allen. What did she say when she realized you left? Child, she texted me. And yes, it was very sweet and kind of him. She texted me the next day when she had came home from work, when she realized all my shit was gone. And she said, hey, what happened? Did you leave? I said, oh yeah. I decided that Dallas wasn't for me. And since I'm in a bind and I didn't want to be in your way, I decided to go home to mommy and daddy. I played dumb. Like I moved all the way back to my hometown in LaGrange. She didn't know any better. I wasn't gonna tell her that I found another apartment out there in Dallas. I wasn't gonna tell her that shit. She's like, oh man. She said, well, I understand. Good luck with everything, baby. If you ever need me, call me. I said, I will never call you. I deleted her number and blocked her so quick. It wasn't even funny. And I ain't heard nothing from that old black ass Betty since then. And that was back in 2022. I don't know what she's up to. I don't know where she's at. All I know is that she's in a house in South Dallas and she's batshit crazy. She's not in her right mind. Exactly. Got a fool the fool that thinks they fooling you. Facts. Because you're not going to keep fooling me. When I said that woman was in my business, oh, that's what turned me off. She was all up in my business talking about why you stayed in a hotel room. Talking about why your parents over there sending you money. I said, why are you asking so many questions? That ain't none of your business. Talking about, I thought you ain't had no money. How you get money for a hotel room? That one time I stayed at a hotel, she got mad when she realized I had somebody helping me. And when she realized my parents were helping me, she got mad. And I said, oh, yeah, you're crazy. I can't deal with a crazy. I gotta go. I said, fuck this bitch. And this is why I live alone now. Hell nah. I love moving in silence with someone trying to plot. Yes, baby, that was the best thing smoking. And to be honest, the best move I've ever done in my entire life, I'll be honest, was moving and leaving Texas. That was the best move I've ever did. As many times as I moved across Texas from north to south to east to west, all over. I lived in Austin. I lived in parts of like East Texas, the middle of nowhere near Houston. I lived all over that motherfucker and I was not happy. I was not happy at all. Not happy. Everybody was fake that I kept coming across. They were trying to use me for shit. If it wasn't somebody trying to use me, it's always somebody trying to plot on me. Jobs was racist as fuck. Nobody wanted to ever promote my black ass since I was too real for the white man. And I just said, fuck it. I'm done. I got laid off right before I moved, matter of fact, at the hospital. And I said, you know what? I'm gone. I'm out of here. So I got to get up out of here. I said, I don't know how I'm going to make it, God, but I'm going to make a way. Get up out of here. I'm going to make a way. Yeah. That's why I said earlier, I'm proud of you. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. And I'm proud of you too, because you went through a lot too. And if you would be sober and stuff, yeah, it's a lot. That's not an easy journey to go through. I'm very proud of you. It's very hard. It's very tough. But yeah, like I went through hell and back moving up here. And I did it all by myself. I had no help from nobody. I didn't ask mommy and daddy for shit because I didn't want nobody in my business. I didn't want nobody judging me, telling me a million things, trying to steer me away from moving. Because I knew the minute I would have opened my mouth and I would have said something to somebody back home, child, they would have been all up in my face. Oh, why are you moving all the way there? Blah, 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 blah. Just running their mouth. I didn't want to hear nothing. Nothing at all. Thank you on top of being a single mom before. Yeah, that's a big one. Whoo, baby, I don't know how you surviving. I would be curled up in a ball crying my ass off if I was in your situation. I'm just like, kudos to you. Single mom of four. Ooh, baby. You have the willpower. You are strong. You are a strong black woman. I will tell you that right now. You are strong. I am not a strong black woman, okay? I am weak. I can't do it. I can't do it. That's why I ain't got none. Nope. Never plan on having any. Child, no. No, I'm good. I'm the fun auntie. I will send you postcards. I will send you gifts, but that's it. I will not have none of my own. No. Mm-mm. But yeah, it was a journey getting here, and I spent my last every dime. Took out all my 401k. I didn't have much. It was a little over 10,000, but I took out all that shit. I took out all that shit, a little payday loan, and said, "Fuck it, I'm gone, out of here." And I told only two people, actually three people, my white friend that lives in Florida that was stationed in the military, my homegirl that's over here in Virginia, and then my homeboy that's up by DC. Those are the only people that knew I was leaving. Besides my other homegirl, in Texas. But yeah, those are the only people that knew I was leaving. I didn't say shit else to no family members because I was like, what's the point? They don't fucking talk to me anyway. What's the point? They'll find out later. And they did on social media. Just right along with everybody else. Yes, everything worked out. I have been following you with the move and the super movers. Oh, for real? I forgot about that. Yeah, you sure have. I didn't realize you was following me when I moved and stuff. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass. Man, that is not. Oh man, that is not easy. I don't wish that shit on nobody. And especially with moving with kids, that's rough. That's hard too. I can't imagine if I had a kid and moved. Oh hell no. I would cry and cry and cry. I would lose my mind. Honestly, I really would. But yeah, just being alone by myself and doing all this by myself, it was a pain in the ass. It really was. Living in and out of hotels, Airbnbs is not for the weak. I don't know how I did it, but I managed to do it. Because I kept telling myself, I'm leaving Texas. I'm not staying the fuck here no more. I'm not happy here. I'm tired of all the layoffs. I keep getting from these whack ass jobs. I don't have any real friends over here except for like the two people I talk to, that are way across the sea. And if it wasn't for my homeboy convincing me to come over here, I would have never came. He was just like, man, there's all types of jobs over here. You can find one in like 2 weeks. He said, just start applying. And he was right. I started applying. They all started popping up. I had interviews back to back with all types of companies, and it worked out perfectly. And when I made my announcement to the rest of the world, child, that shit was so funny. People couldn't believe it. People were so shocked when I moved. They still in shock knowing that I'm in Virginia. They can't believe it. But you have it documented and you have a beautiful luxury apartment and a job you love. Yes, that is very true. You're right, Keita. Yeah, it's very, very true. I do have a job that I love for once where I actually don't really do shit. I really don't do shit. But I really enjoy it. I love the space that I'm in. I've always had nice places though everywhere I've lived, but I just like the fact that I'm not technically alone here. I have people around. I have a good support system, and that's why I tell people if they decide to like start over and move one day, make sure you get a very solid support system. You definitely want to stay nearby, either a friend or some type of a mentor that you're very close to. And if you don't have a friend, you don't have a mentor, I highly suggest joining a group. You know how they have those like support groups and stuff for like veterans and like all types of people that are alone and don't have family members and stuff around. There's plenty of support groups out there. You just have to go out and find them. But yeah, that's why I tell people like it don't matter if you don't have family nearby, if you don't have friends nearby, find a support group. And the minute you join them and you keep yourself actively busy, you'll be fine. But yeah, if you move to somewhere you've never been and you don't know nobody in that motherfucker, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be extremely hard for you to adapt. I will tell you that right now. Because one lady, she said, I forgot who she was. I think she had worked with me or something. But she said that she moved from Texas to California and then moved from California back to Texas, then left Texas again, then moved to Florida, then left Florida and moved back to Texas. Like she was just hippity hop, hippity hop. She wasn't happy everywhere she went. She just kept moving. And I was just like, that's just crazy. First of all, if I move from Texas to California, I'm not moving the fuck back. And that's why I picked Virginia because I knew if I move, this is going to be a permanent move. I'm not moving the fuck back. Nothing you say or do will make me move back to Texas. Nothing. And I had nothing holding me back. So, yeah, no. Great advice because I definitely want to relocate. Where are you trying to relocate to, Kita? Yeah, that lady was tripping. I forgot who she was, but I think she was a white woman that worked somewhere around me or something. She was crazy. She just kept moving and moving and moving. Wasn't happy wherever she moved, and that's why I tell people find you a support group. If you don't have friends or family nearby, find a support group. They have them. They even got they have how they have those travel groups where people travel together with different strangers. They have groups for people that solo travel. If you don't want to solo travel by yourself, you ain't got to. They have solo travel groups for women, most of them black women, surprisingly. I was considering joining a travel group, but I ain't got no travel money right now. So, until a sister could get some money, then I might join a group and travel. But yeah, they have all types of different groups that you can join and be a part of and keep yourself actively busy. You'll be fine. You know, that's the main thing. Finding a group, finding support of some sort, or finding a connection that you know very well and that you trust with your life. Like these two friends I mentioned, Smitty and my homegirl, her name is Camera. Those are the two people I trust with my life. I don't just let anybody in my house. I got to trust you with my life to let you in my house. Those are the only two people that came to this nice ass apartment since I've been here. Nobody else has came to this apartment besides them two. Because I literally trust them with my life. Because I've known them for so long. And I trust them. And they trust me. We're on the same page. It's so serious. And my homegirl that's in Texas, the one I told you about, she wants to come visit me. I actually have two of them. One of them, we used to work together at the VA hospital together, and the other one is the one I grew up with in my hometown. And both of them said they want to come visit me. And I said, well, anytime you want to fly out here, let me know. Come out here on the weekend. I'm off weekends. You're more than welcome to come visit me. Because I said, nobody else back home is going to come visit me anyway. But yeah, I got friends in different area codes all over the world that happily said that they will catch a flight and come visit me. Hell, when I had the stalker issue that I was going through, most of my friends were going to come out and fly out here just to make sure I was okay. They wanted to make sure I was so safe. They said that they were going to get a hotel room and fly out here just to make sure I was okay. I said, no, 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 don't worry about it. I said, my homeboy's out here. You're good. I said, he's right next door in DC. You're fine. And they were cool. First choice was Vegas, then Texas, and lastly New Orleans. Oh no, baby, you don't want to go to New Orleans, no. But now I'm leaning towards Minnesota or North Carolina. Those are weird states. What the hell, Keita? You sound like you don't know where you want to move. Now, North Carolina is a good choice. I would highly recommend it for families because I used to go to Charlotte all the time when I was in the military. When I was stationed in Georgia, I would go to Charlotte on the weekends. It was a beautiful city. Raleigh is okay. It's next door. But yeah, North Carolina is a very nice state. Very family oriented. Lots of things to do. It's a fairly safe state. I'm so undecided at this point. You sound like it. You sound like it. I would highly suggest either, in my opinion, since you have children, I would say Texas, but I'd be like, fuck Texas. I'm just like, if you do consider Texas, I would probably say for you, if you like a little bit of the city still, because I know you in Chicago, the closest thing to Chicago that's black is Houston. That's like the closest thing to Chicago. But if you're trying to get away from the city life and you don't want too much of that city nonsense, then I would say San Antonio is decent. That's a nice city for families. A lot of military bases, military families live there. A lot of retirees. You'll definitely meet some decent people there. But outside of San Antonio and Houston, and Dallas is okay. It's all right. I don't care for Dallas though. It's just me. I don't like Dallas, but Dallas is very black. It's very multicultural. My plan was to stay in a hot climate. Oh shit! If you want hot, look, take your ass to Arizona. See how hot that feels. I would not suggest Arizona, not even to my black friends. Because I had a cousin of mine who lived in Phoenix, Arizona for a very long time. And she was like a distant cousin from like ancestry. We weren't really that close, but we talked on and off, and I don't really hear from her no more. She stopped talking to me. I don't know what her deal is. But anyway, she lived in Arizona her whole life and she hated it. And she said it's miserable. White folks is prejudiced as hell. There's hardly any black people. The food is nasty. When she said that, I said, noted. I will never, ever stay in Arizona. But when she told me that, I said, oh no. And it gets real hot down there. I'm talking like 110, 115, maybe 118 on a good day. Yeah, it gets real hot down there. You don't want to live in Arizona. I would say a decent weather. Uh, I take my indecisiveness as God telling me to be still. Yes, yes, you better listen to your intuition. I was just about to tell you, especially if you don't really know where you're dead set on moving. Sit still. Sit still as much as possible until you feel ready, until you feel like dead set on where you're gonna go. I would sit still as much as possible. I would not up and leave right away. Yeah, that's why I decided against Vegas. Yeah, Vegas is a no go. Vegas is not for families. I feel like Vegas is one of those party cities that are for singles and bums and people that are just cracked out of their minds, homeless and shit. That is not a family oriented city. I'm gonna tell you that right now. If have you ever been to Vegas? Because I'm gonna tell you, Vegas is not a pretty place. I've been to Vegas a couple of times. It's not a pretty place. The strip is not all that. It's filled with bums. It's filled with homeless. Filled with prostitutes. It's not a place you want to be. No. Now Henderson, Nevada, outside of Vegas is okay, but Vegas itself, hell no, no, nah, that is not a place. Mm-mm. And then you got all the gambling and shit around. That's what turns me off about Vegas. It's all about gambling. Ugh, nope. Probably just let my oldest three finish high school, go into college, and then move either my youngest. Okay, that's a good deal. That's a good deal. Yeah, I would definitely say go with your gut and go with your intuition. Are you just going to move to Henderson? Yeah, Henderson's okay, but Vegas itself is a hell no. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's a hell no. But Henderson's okay. I've heard good things about Henderson, Nevada. But other than that, ain't nothing else out there but desert and a couple of Negroes. That's about it. Ain't shit out there. I don't like their weather. What turned me off about Vegas personally was the weather. I can't adapt to the dry heat. The heat is different. See, in Texas, it's humid. We have a lot of humidity in Texas. When you go to places like Vegas, where it's a straight desert, that dry heat, oh God, I can't breathe in that heat. The elevation's too low. I would never live there. If I can't breathe somewhere, I'm not living there. Trust me, I'm not. And then, honestly, out of all the states that I can think of, shit, I would probably say the Carolinas are your best bet, or either if you really want to spice it up, hell, I say the East Coast, baby, is where it's at. If you really want some adventure, I would definitely say East Coast. The DMV area is very nice. I love DC. Maryland area is very nice, and Virginia is very nice too, depending on what part you go to. Depending on what part. DC is cool, but it's expensive. I will warn you, DC is very expensive. It's not a place where you want to live. You live outside that motherfucker and you commute to DC. Yeah, no, don't live in DC. Live outside of DC. You'll be okay. Live in like Maryland, um, places like Landover, Maryland is very nice. Potomac Mills is very nice. It's another part of Maryland. But DC itself, don't live there. It's too expensive. Like an apartment there is like 3,000 and up. It's like California prices. You don't want to live in DC. I'm so serious. I've already checked because that's where I wanted to move. I thought about moving to DC before I decided to move to Virginia. But when I seen them apartment prices, I said, oh, fuck this. Hell no. You ain't gonna have me living out in the sticks. And then I'm paying $3,000 for a box. Hell no. I've been to Vegas twice. The second time was during the pandemic, and it was just so hot and depressing. Yeah, I went during the pandemic too. It is hot and depressing. How about in DC if I have help with housing? I don't know. Now, to be honest, I don't know how the housing program works, but it might help you. I can't really speak because I've never been on housing, so I really don't know. I mean, you could check and ask, but in my opinion, even with housing, in the list might be long. Then on top of that, besides the wait list, depending on income, I don't even know what the qualifications are. So yeah, I mean, it's possible you could get something in housing. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but you would have to check. You would have to research and find out. I have no idea about their housing. I have no idea. But it's possible. I know they have a lot of voucher programs for like low income families and stuff like that. But the thing is that a lot of those housing programs, they might be in the projects, they might be in the hood. So it's a 50-50 chance you might have a nice neighborhood, you may not have a nice neighborhood. I don't know. And the last time I checked, you don't want to be in the hood of DC. No, no. Put it this way, if you're not in the downtown part where like the tourist attractions are, like where the National Mall is or the White House is at, yeah, you definitely don't want to be in no other parts of DC. It's like another Chicago. I'm warning you. I'm so serious. When the shade goes down, the niggeros come out. And you don't want to be in the wrong part of DC at nighttime. I'm gonna let you know that right now. That nightlife, ooh, it's crazy out there. It's very crazy. I've never been to any of their clubs or nothing, but I heard their nightlife is off the chain. It's crazy out there. But yeah, I wouldn't trust housing if I was you. That's just me. I would not trust the housing out there. If you were to be on housing, I would definitely say Maryland or Virginia. It'd probably be your best bet, Maryland or Virginia. Um, those are probably the friendliest areas, safest areas, in my opinion. Like I said, Landover is nice. Baltimore is a hell no. Don't do Baltimore, whatever you do. I don't care what anybody says. There are no nice parts of Baltimore. I don't give a damn what anyone tells you. Do not go to Baltimore. No. But yeah, if Landover or Silver Spring, Maryland, that's a very nice area. A lot of government jobs up there, a lot of contract jobs. Outside of those areas in Virginia, shit, I mean, I really don't know what else to tell you on the East Coast. I don't know nothing about Jersey. I don't know nothing about Philly. I would not suggest Philly because they on strike right now anyway. But yeah, definitely research it because, like I said, I personally never been on housing. I don't know nothing about the housing program, but I would definitely do a lot of research on it because, yeah, DC is expensive, very expensive. I can't imagine what it's like for a family. Whew, very, very expensive. I mean, just like being a homeowner, you're talking anywhere in the mid 800s to the millions. Just being a homeowner out there, it's scary. Yeah, no, a lot of people, when they work there, they commute from Maryland or Virginia because it's like one big circle, which makes sense because it's cheaper to live over here. Where I'm at in Richmond is okay. I don't know if you would like Richmond, but yeah, Richmond is one of them cities is kind of like country. You want a country man? Oh. Well, if you want a country man, you definitely ain't gonna find him in DC, baby. You definitely ain't gonna find him there. If you want a country man, I would definitely say the Carolinas. That'll be your best bet. Mississippi, ew. Why? No, baby, no. Don't go to Mississippi. No. That's a land of the slaves. That is so they are so slave minded down there and backwoods. Do not go there. I'm so serious. I've been to Mississippi. Do not go there. I'm serious. I've been to Biloxi. I've been to Gulfport because my sister used to live out there. That's why I know. That's why I know a lot about Mississippi. Oh, you just playing? Ooh, I'm about to say. Now, if you want you a good old down home country Southern man, a black man, and specifically South Carolina, you're gonna find them right there. If not South Carolina, You'll find them in Alabama. If not Alabama, you'll definitely find them in Georgia. I don't know what parts of Georgia, but you'll definitely find them somewhere around there in the sticks outside of Atlanta. You ain't gonna find them in Atlanta. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Stay far away from Atlanta, but you'll definitely find them in the country for sure. And let's see where else: Alabama, Georgia, Carolina, South Carolina, riding a horse. Right. I'm trying to tell you that's where they at. If you looking for them, South Carolina. I'm so serious. Like I have an uncle out there, my Uncle Tim. He lives in South Carolina. He real country, wholesome. He used to ride horses all the time, but now that he got old, he don't really ride horses no more. But he's married and got like 7 or 8 kids. He got a big family, and he's living the dream in South Carolina, just chilling. Some old country town out there. But yeah, South Carolina or I would definitely say Alabama. I would definitely say Alabama. You'll definitely find you a good old country man out there. If you go to places like Birmingham, Birmingham's nice. There's a lot of wholesome country black men in Birmingham. If you go somewhere like where else have I been? I can't speak for Louisiana. They ain't shit nice about Louisiana. I hate to say it. Louisiana has some of the most fucked up systems out there. I'm so serious. The people are fucked up. I'm super serious. Oh, your mother's from Alabama. Oh wow. That might be your sign to go to Alabama. Shit. You practically from Alabama. Hell. I say fuck it. Go to Birmingham, see how it is. But before you decide to go to Birmingham, I would definitely say do your research, travel there first to see how you like the area. Because a lot of people, may not like the area. But if you like the area, I say if I could move up and go to Birmingham. Very nice area. But yeah, outside of Birmingham, that's it. I would say no to Louisiana. No to Louisiana. That's a hell no. Not even New Orleans. New Orleans is so goddamn dangerous. I don't care what nobody tells you. Bourbon Street is not what you think. Bourbon Street is filled with crackheads and homeless. It's scary down there on Bourbon Street. You gotta be very careful. You got a lot of pickpockets down there too. Very scary. Oh, you never been to Alabama? Oh shit, you missing out, Keita. You gotta go take a trip. Take a trip one day. Get you a cheap ass flight on like Delta Airlines or something or Spirit Airlines. I wouldn't fly Spirit personally, but if you want a cheap flight, fly Spirit. Yeah, get you a cheap ass flight and go down there one day. I say take a weekend, one of your days off, and go down there and check it out. Give yourself about a couple of days. I would say stay down there for about 3 or 4 days just to see how you like it so you can get a feel of what the city is all about and then just go back. You went to New Orleans in 2023 by yourself? Ooh, shit. Were you scared? Girl, I would have been so damn scared. First of all, I ain't never been in New Orleans. As long as I lived in Texas, you would have thought I would have been in New Orleans. But no, I've never been in New Orleans ever. Not even as a kid. The only parts of Louisiana I've been to was Lafayette, DeRitter, uh, Vinton, very, very small towns. And oh, you had so much fun. Oh, okay. Shit, I'm surprised because I'm just like, I would be so afraid. So afraid. Oh, you must have been on Bourbon Street. I mean, Bourbon Street is fun, but you also have to be very careful because the crime is out of control down there. The crime is crazy. Very crazy. Yeah, you brave going by yourself. I wouldn't have went by myself. I don't know if I would have done that. But yeah, those are the only parts of Louisiana I've been to. Lafayette, Lake Charles, DeRitter, where all the casinos were. But yeah, that's the only thing in Shreveport. But I never really explored Shreveport. I only did Uber like once over there. I was a little nervous, and yes, I stayed on Bourbon Street. Okay. Yeah, I know they have nice hotels on Bourbon Street, but as long as you stay in a hotel, you stay to yourself, no one honestly should bother you most of the time. But when I've been looking at YouTube recently, I follow this guy's channel. His channel is called The Introverted Rockstar. And he's originally from New Orleans. And he said that when he lived there at the time, and it was so dangerous, he said that recently a lot of people been coming up either missing or dead over there, and it's scary. He said that a lot of truck drivers, specifically, every time they pass through New Orleans, they come up missing or dead. And when he said that, I said, "Oh hell no!" And they was all black truck drivers too. I said, "You can't pay me enough to go to New Orleans." I said, "Nope, mm-mm." I meet people easily, so the hotel staff hung out either me on their off days. Oh, that's nice. That's what's up. That's cool. Yeah, you just have to keep your head on a swivel down there, though, because you just never know who be plotting, who be trying to rob your ass, and God knows what, or assault you, God forbid. You have to be very careful because once you get off of Bourbon Street, I know for sure if you get off in like a neighborhoods and stuff, that's where all the crime happens, like the shootings and stuff. You definitely don't want to be off of Bourbon Street. I probably say that that's probably the safest bet besides Bourbon. Yeah, it's a crazy story about the truck drivers. And the sad part is that I never heard of those stories anywhere on mainstream media. I only saw it on YouTube. It was on that man's channel. Look up his channel. It's called Introverted Rockstar. He has a lot of like conspiracy videos about people coming up missing, and they're all truck drivers and no one's saying shit about it. It's scary. When he said that, I said, "Oh hell no." And then a lot of them, he said they was ruled as suicides and stuff. And I said, damn well them people ain't killed themselves. But yeah, it's scary, very very scary. You gotta be very careful. He said one of them, they found him hanging from a tree in I think somewhere in North Carolina, somewhere in Greensboro. And that's one place I will tell you to stay far away from. Do not go to Greensboro, baby. Greensboro is hella racist. They don't like our kind. That's like the one part of North Carolina you don't want to be in. But other than that, Charlotte is okay. Charlotte is black. Raleigh is black. Outside of them two cities, I don't recommend nothing else. Because, yeah, you do not want to be there. You do not want to be there. No. Mm-mm. Nope, nope, nope. But yeah, you'd be surprised how many crazy stories I've seen on YouTube with people coming up missing and stuff and being found days later in the woods and stuff. It's scary. Matter of fact, they had somebody missing over here in Virginia. I saw it on the news. It was a young Mexican girl. She was a sailor in the Navy, and she was based out of Norfolk. Norfolk has the ships and stuff over there, and I don't know how she came up missing, but she had just got to Norfolk. Like she just got out of boot camp. The girl was only 21. Don't you know that that girl went missing? And a week later, they found her body in the woods, dead. Yeah, scary, very scary. When I was younger, my mom wouldn't let me go to camp in North Carolina for nothing. Why not? Was she afraid or something? She was probably trying to keep you protected, probably trying to keep you sheltered or something. That's probably what it was. Ain't no telling. But yeah, it'd be a lot of craziness coming out here. I mean, it don't matter where you go. You gotta keep your head on the swivel, no matter where you are. But I'm starting to notice like a lot more crime has been happening in like the most like remote places you would never think of, like Norfolk, Virginia. God, a matter of fact, there's another lady missing right now out of Norfolk. Super scary. So sad. I used to date a guy that was in boot camp that wrote me in Norfolk. Oh, wow. What a small world. Did you lose contact with him? Whatever happened? I'm curious. What happened to him? Where did he go? Listen, I want to know. Damn, you got me vested now. I'm interested. That's insane. Yeah, now my boot camp was in Fort Jackson, South Carolina. middle of nowhere in the sticks. I hated it. And at the boot camp, I got sent to shithole El Paso, Texas for Bliss. That was another hellhole. For 3.5 years, did a deployment to Kuwait and Iraq. 1 year, another hellhole. Came back to the States, re-enlisted, did not want to re-enlist because they threatened to send my black ass to Afghanistan with the very same people I went to Iraq with. I said, fuck you, I'm re-enlisting. So when I re-enlisted, I went all the way to Fort Gordon, Georgia, Augusta, Georgia, and then I got the fuck out. He broke up with me. He said the military ruined him and I was too good for him. I was so hurt. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Hita. Oh, that's sad. Wow, I would have been hurt too. That is so sad. Was he a black man? I'm curious. I know that's right. You played it smart. Yeah, because baby, you ain't gonna send me back to another shithole after I did a year. And I wasn't even supposed to be there a year. I was only supposed to be there for 6 months. But you kept me in the bush for a year. Yeah, matter of fact, I still got the damn photo to prove it because people don't be believing my ass till they see my photos. And I posted them somewhere on YouTube. I don't know where I posted them at. But yeah, it was a damn shame all the shit I had to go through. See, there go the photo right there. See, that's me on checkpoint right there, gate guard with the Iraqi police. And then this is my uniform photo when I was in my dress uniform. Isn't that cute? Yeah, I was 21 on that photo. His name was Jay. He was black. Oh, poor Jay. I wonder what happened to him. He must have got some type of PTSD or something. That's so sad. I hate when bad shit happens to good people. It happens though, especially in the military. Like a lot of people get messed up. I surprisingly, by the grace of God, came back normal because I didn't stay in too long to catch the crazy. That's why I tell people I didn't stay in that long. I only stayed in 5 years. That was good enough for me. I got the fuck out when I did. But yeah, once I got to Georgia, it was smooth sailing. I finished the rest of my contract, got the hell out of there quick. I think I re-enlisted for like a 3 year contract. My original enlistment was 4 years. I was supposed to get out in 2011 when I came back from deployment. But when they threatened me with that stupid ass Afghanistan tour, I said, oh, hell no. And my original choice before I went to Georgia, I could have went anywhere in the world. They said I could have went to Hawaii, I could have went to Alaska, I could have went to Japan, Cuba, even Italy. And I told them, as much as I wanted to go to Germany, as much as I wanted to go to Italy, they all required one mandatory deployment to Afghanistan. I said, why the fuck do I need to deploy just to go to the good places? This is bullshit. So I said, send me somewhere non deployable. I don't want no more tours. I said, I just came off of a tour. I'm not going back out there. You got me fucked up. They said, all right, we got Fort Knox, Kentucky. I said, nope, too racist. We got Fort Jackson, South Carolina. I said, nope, I did basic boot camp over there. I'm not going back. They said, we got Fort Polk, Louisiana. I said, nope, too racist. And then he said, well, we got Fort Gordon, Georgia. I said, Fort Gordon, where's that at? Augusta. How far is that from Atlanta? 2 hours. How far is it from the beach? 3 hours. I said, send me there. I didn't give a fuck. I just told them, send me somewhere where there's a whole bunch of black people in one spot and a beach. And that's exactly where I went. I was going to Savannah, where the nearest beach was at, every other weekend. I would go to Savannah, 3 hours away. Every other weekend I would go straight to Savannah. And if I wasn't in Savannah, I would be in Atlanta. If I wasn't in Atlanta, I would be in North Carolina. I'll be in Charlotte because everything was so close. It was so next door. Yeah, I was traveling. I was a traveling fool all over the place. But I will never forget that drive. When I left El Paso, ooh, that was a horrible drive to Georgia. I drove all the way down to Houston to stay with my people, my parents or whatever in my hometown. That took 12 hours alone, just from El Paso to Houston. That's in the same state. That should tell you how big Texas is. If it takes you 12 hours to get from one side of the earth to the other side of the earth, that should tell you something. And then when I took a break and I rested and I slept for like maybe a day or two at my parents' house. When I woke up, I continued. Me and my dad drove all the way down to Georgia. That took 10 hours in the same day, and I drove nonstop. That was a very long drive, and it sucked. I cried. I said I will never do this fucking drive again. I said I don't give a fuck how bad this is. I'm not doing this drive again. Yeah, it was crazy. 12 hours in the same fucking state. Can you believe that? El Paso to Houston is 12 hours alone. That's why I hate Texas. It takes forever to get somewhere. It's horrible. Just from Houston to Dallas is 4 hours. Just from Dallas to Austin is 4 hours. You going from Houston to Austin is 2 hours. You go to Houston to San Antonio is 3 hours. It's like everything is so far. Nothing is close. It's terrible. Everything is like legit spread and far apart. Like it's horrible. Yeah, it was gangster. And then when I got out and I left Georgia and drove all the way to fuck back to Texas to my parents' house while I was waiting on my household goods, that took an additional 10 hours to go back. And it was miserable. That was the most boring ride I've ever had. I was just straight up country and woods and waffle houses. This is all I saw. I didn't see shit over there. I didn't see nothing exciting on that ride. There was nothing scenic about that ride. Especially when I left El Paso, tumbleweeds and dusty Mexicans everywhere. That's all I saw. I didn't see no houses for miles. It's scary. When you leave El Paso, you go through a border patrol checkpoint. They let the dog sniff your car. Then when they release you, you keep on trucking. Man, it's nothing for miles when you leave El Paso. It's scary. And there's one billboard at the one lowly gas station outside of the base that says, please fill up your gas tank right here because the next gas station isn't for another 100 miles away. Yeah, it's scary leaving El Paso. Did you see the rolling hay? Yeah, the tumbleweeds. I saw them. Yes, they're everywhere. That's all I saw. I saw tumbleweeds. I saw dust and bushes everywhere. I didn't see no housing for miles. It's scary when you like legit scary. There's no housing, there's no people for miles when you leave that base. It's horrible. Very horrible. Yeah. It's, I don't wish that shit on nobody. Just imagine you driving from like Texas to California. Just imagine that drive. Yeah, tumbleweeds. Because my family and I, when we did a family vacation as kids, we drove from Texas to California when we were kids. And that was in the 90s. And that took us 3 days because we stayed in hotels along the way. We even had a flat tire on the way. We were stranded somewhere like in Arizona or some shit. And then we took a break and we rested and they fixed the tire. We just kept on going. And by the time I woke up, okay, kids, we're in California. And we stayed at my auntie's house, my dad's sister that was living at the time. And we had a good time. We went to, I can't remember, where did we go when we was down there? We went to some theme park over there. I can't remember. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. Yeah, that was one of the most miserable, boring rides I've ever did. Was with that family vacation of California from Texas. It was miserable. The only thing I remember on that ride was when we stopped at the Grand Canyon. We stopped at Flagstaff, Arizona, and somewhere else. I can't remember. Oh, Vegas. We stopped at Vegas after we went to my aunt's house, and we went to Circus Casino, that shithole casino on the strip. Circus is a real shithole. You don't want to go there now. But back then, that was like the gold mine for kids because that was the only casino that allowed kids inside. It was cool though. It was fun back in the day. But now, I wouldn't pay a nickel to go inside Circus. But yeah, that's the only thing I remember. And then I remember when I ate buffet at the casino for the first time. We went back upstairs to the room and I went to go lay down. I got so sick. I had food poisoning from the buffet and I was only 7 years old. I don't know what my parents were thinking, but we was eating all kinds of bullshit out there. It didn't make no sense. But yeah, we took a long ride. Just imagine a minivan full of kids. It's me, my brother, my sister, my parents, and a Plymouth, a Chrysler Plymouth, a 1990 Chrysler Plymouth or a 1988 model. It was a shithole. I couldn't stand that damn minivan, and it always squeaked. It made noise and shit. They had that minivan for a very long time, since the 80s, and we drove the fuck out that minivan till the wheels fell off and it died. And eventually, when it started dying down, they traded in the minivan for a Toyota Avalon that my mom still has. It's a 2003 model, nothing wrong with it, completely fine. And my dad ended up getting a truck. I think he had a F 150. I can't remember. Your dad used to have pickup trucks. Yeah, mine too. Yeah, he always got pickup trucks, and that was pretty much it. He never had a car. He always had a truck of some sort. And my mom always had the minivan. That was the biggest thing. After the minivan, before the Toyota, it was a minivan, then the Lincoln Town Car, because you know all the niggas had the Lincoln Town cars in the back of the day. Oh, the ugly ones. Oh shit. Yeah, my mom had the Lincoln Town Car, that big ass boat that looked like a Mercury. Matter of fact, I'm gonna see if I can find it. It was like a 1995 Lincoln Town Car. That shit was so ugly. I hated that town car. It was like a tan color, like a white cream color. I couldn't stand it. It was so funny. Let me see if I can find it. There you go. That ugly piece of shit. That was my mom's car back in the day. See that old beat up ass boat? That was my mom's car. She had that piece of shit for like a long time. She had that boat for some years, and then she eventually traded it in when it started giving out on her. And then she got a Ford Taurus, I think at the time, or Taurus, however you say it. And she didn't have that Ford Taurus too long. She only had it for like maybe a year or some change. And her very last car she got rid of, and she got now is a Toyota Avalon, the 2003. She bought it brand new at the time, and she still got it. It drives like a charm. She said she ain't never had no problems with that Toyota, and she got over 100,000 miles on it too. Surprisingly, she ain't got no issues with it. Let's see if I can find it. They got my mama car right now. That's her car. But it's a black color. It's nice though. Yes, my old god best friend just had one of those Lincolns in 2017. No, you lying. I know you fucking lying. No, for real. That shit funny as fuck. Yeah, that one nice. Yeah, the Toyota Avalons are nice. Toyotas will last you a long time. You take care of them, they will last you a very long time. They can go up to like, I want to say three or 400,000 miles. And my car is a Hyundai Sonata. I'll show you what my car looked like. That thing's got over 215,000 miles on it, and I ain't never had an issue with it. It's practically still new. It's a 2017 model. I ain't never had a problem with Hyundai. I will tell you, Hyundai, Honda, and Toyota and Nissan are your top cars. They're not gonna, give you any problems. It's them American cars that give you issues. Let's see if I can find my old brown car. There go my car. They got my Hyundai Sonata. That's the exact color I got too. It's a brown color. See? Yeah, buddy. Yeah, he did in two different colors and thought he was the man. Oh, we got somebody new in the chat. Somebody said hello. How you doing? Oh, it's the Morocco guy. Hey, Mr. Morocco's back. You remember Mr. Morocco Kita? I can't pronounce his name for shit, but I called him Mr. Morocco. How you doing, Mr. Morocco? I'm surprised you up. I can't believe I'm still on here. It is 4 o'clock in the morning. Lord have mercy. I should lay the fuck down. I'm wide awake now. You don't remember him, Kita? I'm fine, and you? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking. Yeah, he was in here the last time when we was chatting. He was talking with us. It's 3 there. Damn. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. over here, baby. We are an hour ahead. And my black ass is still up. It don't make no sense. But I like talking. I enjoy talking to y'all. You know, it keeps me entertained. It's fun. Because I can talk for hours and hours and hours. Shit, don't get me to talking. Because I was planning on putting on a Tubi movie, but I was just like, let me see what people talking about on YouTube. And then when you came in, I saw I gotta talk to Keita. Keita cool as fuck. I'll keep talking. But if you wasn't in here, I would have ended this live a long time ago. I would be like, all right, peace. Cause I don't be talking to nobody else on here but you, Miss Yo. Miss Yo is cool. She's cool as hell. And the other lady, I forgot the other lady's name, but she's pretty cool. She comes in here a lot too. But yeah, I don't know why the fuck I'm so awake. But yeah, with all them people, man, back in the day, they had all these ugly ass cars and shit. The guy said, Mr. Morocco said, bye. I will go to the beach. Okay, bye, Mr. Morocco. At 9 p.m. Oh, okay. What time is it over there anyway? Or 9 a.m.? Because I know over there in Morocco, they're way ahead of us. They probably about shit. It's 4 a.m. here. It's got to be nighttime over there because it's morning over here. 9:05, 9:05 p.m. Oh yeah, that's about right. Yeah, they're like 10 hours ahead of us. They're really ahead of us. It was another guy that was moderator that was cool. Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I forgot his name. See, I can't keep track of nobody's names on here. But yeah, yeah, he was cool. I remember him too. I just don't remember his name. But yeah, man, this shit was cool though. This shit was tight. But I'm about to get out of here for real, because I did not realize it was 4 a.m. When I looked at the clock, I said, shit. 4 o'clock? We've been rambling on here for hours. Child, let me get off here. But I'll probably be on here a little bit later. If y'all come back, I'll probably be back here. I don't know, probably sometime in the evening, a little bit later today. If you up, if you want to talk again, I definitely be back. But y'all have a good night. I'm about to go wash my ass and try to lay down. So I've been in these clothes all day. I haven't even showered or nothing. Just been sitting here running my mouth. Or a good morning, because it's morning now. Shit. But I'll hit y'all up later. Y'all take care. You're gonna go to sleep, but you'll catch me. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep too. Let me get off of here. I can't believe we've been on here for 4 hours. Lord have mercy. But I'll talk to y'all next time. Y'all take care now. Bye. I enjoyed it too, girl. Me too. Peace out.